to you. Happy birthday 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 to you. It's your day, don't throw it away. I've come to celebrate in a big way. Another year, so come on and cheer. It's the birthday of Last Frontier. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. We're having a good time, making me feel fine. I wish the day would never come to an end. So come on and party, and one day you will see that it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. 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 Happy birthday to you.
Hey, everybody, it is your good friend, Dr. David Proden from down here in the North Star Recording Studio. And it is my birthday. Yes, November 7th, 2022, which, if we do the math correctly, makes the doc 51 or 51 if you want to look at it from left to right. So thank you for being here on the Bonanza, the spectacular show. And believe it or not, we do have the safety cam up and working over here. So let's check this out. So yeah, the safety cam is up over there. Shout out to Mike McClune. Holy smokes, a $20 super sticker. Thank you, Mike. That is awesome. So yeah, the channel is monetized now. And a shout out to you, Mike, and also our good friend Bacon Maldito here, Bacon with 556. So oh my goodness, the channel is monetized, and I checked this morning and had a little bit of ad revenue from some of the stuff being watched, but holy smokes. So this is exciting. Here we are 5 years into the show, 192 episodes, and Thursday night, The Legal Man. If you follow The Legal Man on Twitter, US Law Review, doesn't pull any punches. He's going to be our guest talking about citizen's arrest. What really goes on with a jury trial? Like a 30-year attorney is going to give you the scoop. How about voting? How about like government overreach? Like, he's the guy. So we have The Legal Man coming on this Thursday. So again, thank you to Bacon and thank you to Mike. Wow. You guys are awesome. So very cool. Very cool. Got the microphone all set up here. So we are in good shape. Look at it. Got Ron Wayne, we got Misty Wayne, we got Corey Slater, we have Vanessa, we have Uke. Looks like Solitude, Corey. Streamlabs joke, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you when you're a little older. Okay, yeah. Whoa, you guys. So Mile High Ronin, very cool. So thanks, I appreciate it. Let me kind of clean things up here with my background, and then I should be able to add. There we go. This works. Is, you know, the thing with the safety cam over here is the safety cam is going to give us about 30 minutes, and then it's just going to be like, I'm out. I'm gone. So the safety cam is over here. So yes, celebrating my birthday. Thank you, safety cam. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yes, 51 today. And it was in as far as like temperature, I think it was also 51 degrees, but pretty sunny outside, which was nice. We had good weather here. My morning consisted of a meeting, consulting, and that went well. The person I was consulting with said that they had to stand throughout the meeting. They had recent a back procedure, so when it was via um, you know down here in the office, right, via telemeeting, and so I was like, you can sit down, and they're like, I prefer to stand. So good meeting though. And then I had to take our one vehicle in because we had it emailed us. It said, hey, there's possibly an issue with the anti-lock brakes, so we had to take it in, and it's under warranty, right? And then they ran it, and there was a software update, so nothing big. But it's kind of weird, isn't it? How cars email you now and say, take me in for service. So it was, yeah, kind of, it's kind of weird, but so yes, 51, and Ron Wayne, who is running for not city council, is running for school board. I think he's going to get it too, by the way. So congratulations. CNT is here, anglers. So yeah, appreciate everybody here. So laugh out loud. You're old. Yeah, no kidding. Huh, Vanessa? Or you laugh out, you're old. Yeah. 51. Holy smokes. Pretty crazy. I want to show you guys before we kind of get rolling here. So on Saturday, I was instructing my university class. So I have to drive, like 2 hours to get to university. And then the weather was just horrible. So it was heavy rain, high winds, fog. Fog and high winds doesn't seem to go together, but like this, it did. And dark, because I'm leaving at 5:30 in the morning, and the sun doesn't, come up until 7. This is before daylight savings time because it took effect Saturday night. So the whole drive over there is just like, oh God, it was just treacherous. Like you just didn't know where you're at. Then you got to like hit an exit at 70 miles an hour, and thankfully everything worked out. But I was sharing the story. So when I teach at the university, there's multiple rooms they assign you to, over the years and classes that you teach in. But this room I'm going to show you, this has a square monitor. So let me show a picture of it because it kind of throws me off. I can never find like a great teaching vibe in this classroom. So there it is. It's a square monitor. So in this room, usually I'm instructing facing the other way. So it's just a different setup for me. But whenever you put anything on a square monitor, it doesn't look normal because like a PowerPoint, and the way that my university stuff comes out, it just reformats it. And then when it displays it, it's just strange. I'm not used to it. So like the whole class, I'm kind of like, and other students, they notice it. If they have a presentation, they'll be like, what's the deal with the square monitor? I'm like, I don't know, man. So you gotta get used to it a little bit there. But yeah, the old square monitor. So I had to take a picture of it because I had to show you guys it's a square monitor. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you either. So we're like, what's up with the square monitor? I don't know. So let me kind of go through. Here's a cake that my daughter made. My youngest daughter made this cake for me. So nice. Not much left of it tonight anymore, but there it is. So yeah, pretty cool. So 51, and let's see if there's anything else showing up here on the dial. Quickly. Oh, all right. Well, I'll show you Bojangles here, checking out the cake. So there's our good friend Bojangles checking out the cake. So right here, Bojangles. Everybody, Bojangles the cat checking out the cake. So that's a big cat, by the way. So yeah. All right. Oh, look at this. Gosh darn, safety cam is head and is over there. So how is everybody tonight? Let's go over to the chat and see how everybody is doing. Again, thank you for the super chats, the super sticker from Mike, super chat from Bacon. You guys are awesome. It's cool to have the channel hit that 1,000 subscriber, get beyond that and beyond the 4,000 watch hours, especially now that we have the legal man coming on Thursday night, Lisa Lenny Monday night, and then the following Monday, Mike Dahl. So we have like 3 guests lined up. So we have some just excellent momentum happening here on the show, sure, microphone right here. So yeah, it's a good friend. So Vanessa, hey, yeah, carrot cake with cream cheese filling. So yeah, that was actually a vanilla cake. So it's good stuff. Yeah, let's go. Congrats on getting monetized. Thanks, Yuka. I appreciate it. Or banana bread. Yeah, banana bread is, I could go for that. It's CNT. Oh my goodness. Coop sent me a video of the background art that he created for the studio. It is amazing. So that'll likely be here and up probably for Monday's show. I don't know if it'll be here for Thursday's show with the legal man, but holy smokes, it is awesome. So can't wait to have that up and have that in the background. And then now I'm going to then kind of rearrange everything in back to make sense, right, in the studio. That'll be the centerpiece. So thanks. That is awesome, Koopa. Appreciate it big time. So Vanessa saying, I turned 61 soon. All right. Well, happy birthday, Vanessa. Yeah, I began military retirement 31 years ago. Oh my goodness. Isn't it crazy how time passes, right? You know, like I was teaching my class on Sunday, and some of my students are in their 20s. And actually one of the students was playing a trick on me. I was at the computer and I was trying to bring up a document or whatever, and then she turned on the whiteboard in the back of the room. I didn't even know like that was an option. I just thought it was a smartboard. I thought it was a whiteboard. And then she started to put like little figures on the screen. And she's sitting back there with a couple of people. I thought it was something I was doing. I'm like, what am I doing here? And then they're laughing. I'm like, what are you guys doing? But it was just kind of a funny thing. It was like, you know, later in the day and just a funny thing during class. And I said, if I were you, I wouldn't have told me. I would have just I would have just removed it, right, and not said anything, and then like bring it back at a certain part in class. So I'd be like, what am I doing? And just like leave the professor perplexed. I said, so, you know, you could have definitely had me completely bewildered up there. So, but yeah, so that was good. And then one of my students was convinced like a snowstorm was coming in, and I'm like, it's in the 50s, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to get below the 50s, but was like, you know, said she'll watch the radar and keep us posted. I'm like, well, there's a snowstorm coming in, like we'll get out of here. But I'm like, you know, we haven't had snow here yet this year, and it didn't pan out that way. But so yeah, so let's see, Angler and Corey and Misty, Mrs. Wayne, brother Ron, CNT. Hope you make school board. Bring Doc's books to your meetings. I do. All right, Vanessa. Well, that is awesome that you do that. So yeah, we have Ron Wayne running for school board. So give me just a second here, and yeah, well, I'm going to share screen because I can't bring it all up, but let's do this. Share screen so you can see what the ads look like. These are all over Kentucky, by the way. So right there, elect Ron Wayne, and then underneath it says the Kentucky Batman is in your corner. So there are thousands of these, and the thing is, they kind of have become collectibles, like when Ross Perot ran for president. So as soon as Ron puts these out there, you know, like 10 minutes later, they're down, but it's not vandalism. It's just people collect them. And then you see them on secondary markets like eBay and Facebook and Marketplace and stuff like that, like $300-400, you know, elect Ron Wayne for school board sign. So So he's gone to dynamic messaging now. It's really the only way he can continue to do it. But I mean, it's not like he needs to advertise. He's a Kentucky Batman. But yeah, Ron Wayne, the Kentucky Batman. So it's pretty awesome stuff. Yeah. So how's it? Oh my God, the 80s. Ain't no way I would ever want a job on a school board. Yeah, it's intense stuff. That's for sure. Vanessa, been a teacher since leaving the service. I believe we're old enough to be called squares. Ron Wayne. Holy smokes. Green icing. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was up with that. Yeah, it, that she decided upon that. So it's not really a Packers green, and that's probably a good thing because the Packers are very bad this year. And but yeah, so whoa. So look at Brojangles. That he is a big cat. The cat is like 26 pounds and seems to always be eating. So Vanessa saying the school board in hometown prevented me from doing a calculus class, but I tutor those in calculus classes in high school. What in the world? Yeah, that cat would definitely eat cake. He is a bottomless pit. So, oh my goodness. Happy birthday from Joe Morris. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So it is happy birthday. Oh my God. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. Yeah, this is our good friend Bacon, who's listening mostly in the background, a little bit in the foreground, somewhat in the side ground. So, Mike McClune, hello and happy birthday to the safety doc. A lot of cake, a lot of party stuff going on. And if I can I get this to work? I think I can. So let's see if I can make this work. So for my birthday, look at this, guys. So, yep, got a little birthday magic going here. So, wow, yeah, I'm really liking the new camera, by the way. Holy smokes, the background is flipped, isn't it? So let me fix that. Yeah, bad. Okay, now we should be fixed. So I don't know. There we go. I think we're okay now. It's, like I said, it's an adventure every time we log in with this thing of what's going to happen. But apparently we're going to be backwards. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, what's going on? So if you guys notice that, let me know because I didn't pick it up until I was looking at the side monitor. But yeah. So yeah, CNT did knock it out of the park. So um, I'm I'm thinking I'm going. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to put that. I'm going to kind of temporarily put it in a couple spots and look at it and decide. It's probably going to go more or less above the flags, I think, um, and kind of so that would be the area right there, and then I would probably take like that safety doc logo that's up there and just remove that from the show. So I think that's the right place to have that logo, because I don't want it at all to be obstructed by the studio arm, and I think everything else can move over. So yeah, looking good. So hello, good evening, everyone. Let's see here. This is from Bacon to you. I personally am indifferent to vegans until they came after me on Instagram. Oh my goodness. Ended up writing a whole article about that religion. Wow. Wow. Yes. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Sorry to hear that. So I'm getting ready to vote tomorrow, by the way. So I anticipate it's gonna be pretty busy. It's not there's not an easy parking situation in our city where you vote downtown. So gonna kind of park a little bit ways away and kind of walk to it, but that'll be all right. So yeah, let's see what else is happening here. So Man Against the Masses, Doc Getting Fancy says Man Against the Masses. Oh my goodness. Screen effects, yes, that's for me. That's UCAM 10 working right there for us. So it is kind of fun to put up there once in a while, and you can have stuff depending upon what I move over here. But right, I can get stuff like this going, like a little bit of lightning, and depending upon where where I'm at here. A little bit of shine there off the teeth. So yeah, it's just kind of fun stuff. So um Benning Ballistics. Oh my goodness. He's wishing me happy birthday. Thank you. So Doc, the sign is about 12 by 12. Okay. Very cool. So yeah, I will figure it out and it's gonna be awesome. So yeah, the colors are really cool on that. And just at the craftsmanship, it's cool. It's really cool. I would have been Batman, but Bruce inherited everything from old man Wayne. This is Ron. So wow, you guys. Um, so here we are, and it is Monday. It is my birthday. So yeah, quite uneventful today. Just again, a meeting in the morning, and I had to take the vehicle in to have it checked out this afternoon. One thing at the dealership, though, is like everybody in the lobby seemed as, sick, right? Like every single person who was there was like coughing and hacking, and like I'm like, what is going on here? Like every person. So I got home and washed my hands. I'm like, oh, what's the deal here? But yeah, so I'm good. My health is fine, but I'm like, holy smokes, that was crazy. So yeah. So look at this here. It's Mr. Bojangles. Yeah, that's a big cat. It was a pretty docile cat, but when he was little, my youngest daughter was, maybe 3/4 the time, and she just carried him around the house everywhere. And he was real easygoing, and I don't think you could do that today with him. And plus, he's a big, heavy cat, but he was just really easygoing. So yeah, I'm going. Man Against the Masses is going to vote. Yeah, I'm going to vote to, because locally all the way to, we have a governor race here in Wisconsin, so important stuff. Yeah, I'm like, wow. We'll see what happens because the race is tight here for governor. I mean, it could go either way. Um, so one of the things, I wore a vertical striped shirt, which kind of throws the camera off a little bit today. So you got a little bit of a sci-fi effect. Just like if you're ever in TV, they'll tell, like on PBS, they'll tell you always wear like a solid color shirt. So the camera doesn't do what it's doing right now. So I probably should have like picked up on that, but it's just like a special effect here for the show, I guess. When I picked this shirt out. So yeah. So just one of those things. You are number 3 in line to vote. Wow. So Ron is saying happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Prof. Happy birthday to you. So thank you, Ron Wayne. So yeah, I appreciate that. So what were some of the things I was going to look back at of 51 years? I had an end of class kind of um, motivational talk with my students on Sunday. And I said, like you have to be energetic, right? You have to kind of, try to be amazing, be serious and be with due diligence. But like, the older you get, the more you're liberated from kind of conventional rules. What I mean by that is, and I had a superintendent tell me this years ago when he got over the age of 50. He said, well, like I've done this job now for 20 years, and if the board doesn't like me for some reason, I can retire at 55, or I can retire and go to another district. And so he said, there's a lot of things I feel that I can do now that I couldn't have done as a younger administrator, because if you go against the board and upset people, they'll buy out your contract and you'll be gone. Right. So he said to be an administrator, the best time to do that was toward the end of his career. And I kind of felt the same way when I got toward the end of my career. Like there was a lot of stuff I was able to do writing my books, The Velocity of Information. If you have it, leave a review, by the way. Misty Mrs. Wayne. Da, da, da. So got 24 reviews on Amazon. Um, School of Airs. So yeah, I've got 54 reviews. Be great to have the 55th up there. Appreciate that. That's also an audiobook. So, but yeah, I felt I was able to do much more. I was liberated to do much more when I was older. And so that's something I guess to look forward to. Maybe it depends, I guess, maybe what industry you're in, but I definitely felt so. I shared and I said I've written articles, I've been on TV, and these other things, right? But like do things, and the more established you get in your career, the more people will look at you and say, well, that person's been doing this for 20 years. Like I'm going to take their advice. I'm going to follow their recommendations, and so I thought that was a big thing. I really thought that was a big thing. So Z saying happy birthday, Doc. Well, thanks. Yeah, getting published is up there too, but he strikes me as being a dad kind of guy. Um so yeah, getting published, and these books were through Roman and Littlefield, so I had to write a publishing proposal, right? And I was offered a contract, and there were deadlines, and so that's the agreement with this book. So both of my books, actually, Velocity of Information, I had to do a proposal, and all of the research and writing and timelines and deadlines, and going through the publisher and their marketing, and so that those are really cool things to do. And actually, a little bit like people say, so here, you're 51. Are you going to, so having written and having the 2 books published by 50 and being on PBS, that's kind of a cool thing, but people are asking, what's next? And I said, well, I've been thinking about the university, maybe trying to expand out to another class or 2, but I don't know, we'll see. And then I've been asked to do more consulting. So back in 2020, during the pandemic, so when the pandemic hit, I expanded my consult. So I consult in 2 areas, and one is school safety, and the other is special education law, legal issues, special education program management. Being a special education director for 20 plus years, and most of my consulting isn't in Wisconsin. Ironically, it's in other states, just the way that it is. So, hey, look at this! It's Polks of Bob. By gosh darn there, I'm 51. 51. So if we included Puerto Rico as a state, that'd be 51 also. Area 51, Squad 51 in Los Angeles, so all 51s. So I started to expand my consulting business, and it was all remote. It was all down here, and that was back when I had the old style stuff here in the studio, and the carpet down here but it went really well. And then I cut back after in summer of 2021. I decided I was going to cut back because I wanted to do other things, right? I wanted to bike and stuff like that. So, look at this here. Vanessa, you absolutely did write an amazing review, and I appreciate that very much on Amazon. What do you do when you get your license to drive, Doc, and how old were you? Oh, let's answer this question. So, I got my driver's license very close to when I turned 16. So maybe like within a week or 2 after I was 16. So the story on that is, it was northern Wisconsin, and there was a snowstorm. So you had to book out for your driver's test, and it was maybe a month or 2, like, so my birthday, right? And then, so I was probably booked for December, I'm guessing. And then there was a big snowstorm that came in, like everything was closed down. But I called the DMV in the neighboring town, because our town didn't have a DMV. And I said, are you still doing driver's tests? And they're like, yeah, which was strange because everything was closed. And they said, if you get here, like, we can move your test up today because like other people have canceled. So I drove in a 1984 Pontiac Bonneville rear-wheel drive V8 engine, and kind of this like county highway. So you're going through like big snow drifts on this thing. It's all over the road. And I mean, it's just crazy. And, those rural drive vehicles were just nuts. Those big engines, those big boats. So I got there and I got stuck I had to like rev up to burst through the big snowbank that the plow had put in front of the DMV when it came through. Big, and then everything's drifting, and so I had to like fly through that thing. And I got in the parking lot, and then it started to sleet, and the door froze on the passenger side. I think I went over there. My dad was with me, but then I went inside, and the driver's license guy, old guy, like comes out, and he's like, holy smokes, he's checking out the weather and stuff like that, and he's like, hey, look at the safety cams over here. Safety cams up there. But so this guy is looking, he's like, all right. And he tries to get in the vehicle, and he's unable to do so because his door is frozen shut. And so I'm like, oh God, he's just going to say we can't do this. So anyway, from the inside, I had to pound on the door to like get it open. So he gets in and all this stuff, and he's like, whatever, take this road. And the roads are just absolutely horrible. We were going, I believe it was up and on ramp, or it could have been down and off ramp. I don't remember which one. But I was driving slow and everything, and suddenly the vehicle started to do a 360 because it was all ice, right? And this is a rear-wheel drive, heavy V8 Pontiac Bonneville. So we slowly do this 360, and then we end up facing where we should go. And he looks at me and he says, whoa. And I thought, oh God, I'm done. So he's like, why don't we head back? I'm like, so before we get back to the DMV, we pull over, and he said, that was a pretty good maneuver there. He's like, I'm not going to lie to you, man. You handle it really well. Like, that wasn't caused by you. Like, that was just a crazy thing to happen with the car. And then he said, have you done a lot of like driving to prepare? And I said, yeah, I have. I've done a lot. And he's like, if you're parked on a hill, like, where do you turn your wheels? I'm like, this way. And he's like, yeah, sounds good. Parallel park. I'm like, yeah, I did a lot of that. So he's like, all right, get back. I'm going to pass you, just, practice a little bit more, but I'm going to pass you. And, looks like everything's, and the weird thing was, like, once we had that conversation, he's like, he immediately switched to football. And it was right around the time the Packers fired their head coach, Forrest Gregg. And he was asking me what I thought about it. And I think he even said, like, if you want to put the radio on, like, we could maybe get the latest, see what's happening in Green Bay. This is back in 1986, I want to say, right around there. So, yeah, it's just crazy stuff. So we got back, and I got my license. Hell of a thing. So, and then I had a Plymouth Duster, by the way. That thing was absolutely horrible in winter. Many 360s with that. Involuntary 360s. Never put that thing in the ditch though, but holy smokes, crazy. So that was the story, being 16 and getting my driver's license. And yeah, it's pretty intense. Now, my daughter, who turned 16 this year, she had her driver's training where she was going out and doing the road stuff. But then for her license, she wasn't required to do an in-person test. She just had to submit online some stuff and got her license. So yeah, so much different than when back in my days. So, well, there's a safety cam. I don't know how much I'm going to have the safety cam on over there, because it always seems like it's in a totally dark room when I have that on. It's my old webcam, and this is just so much better. So I won't, safety cam might kind of be done. So yeah, Mike is saying, I don't know. I'm feeling burnt out myself. Been a mechanic now for almost 25 years. It's all I've done. So, yeah. Well, Mike, I mean, I appreciate that you're a mechanic, because like today, I was at the dealership. I'm like, God, I'm so thankful people know how to figure this stuff out. But yeah, I was in education as an administrator for 20 years. I don't know, 20, 22, something like that. And, there are parts of it, I think there were outstanding parts of it, but then just so many things, so many state reports, just, long school board meetings that would get done at midnight or 1:00 in the morning. And just, I don't miss that stuff anymore. And now when I'm teaching it and telling people and people bring up stuff like, hey, we had 3 expulsion meetings last week, and each one went to like midnight. I'm like, God, I do not miss that. So I think there's so much that could be done at a state level and a federal level to streamline things and let people do what they need to do. And there's this thing called educator effectiveness. of all these different procedures. So yeah, um, more pattern shirts. So yeah, I've got it's a funky thing going on there, but I guess it's kind of like a special effect. Max Headroom shirt. Yeah, that's the thing. I should have picked up on that earlier because that's one thing like on PBS they tell you, and then if you're on TV, never ever wear a vertically striped shirt. So it messes with the camera. So yeah, it's a special effect we've got going on here. Let's kind of button this up a little bit. This is the top buttons already here. So um yeah, put the collar up, I guess. So kind of weird. It's kind of weird. But yeah, shout out to Bacon and Mike for kicking off the super chats and super stickers for the channels. So that's it's it's awesome. You know, it's I don't expect people to do that, but it's fun to um see that the show has that ability now, right? And when I have guests on, or if people watch a show, previous show, it might generate a little bit of ad revenue. But I think it's especially for having guests on, it's another nice way to interact, and it helps with some credibility of the show, like a certain number of followers, right? And obviously they know you have watch hours if you're monetized. And I was looking, and so 10% of YouTube channels hit the 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, which is a lot of channels, right? But I mean, that means 90%, don't get up there. So I think that I was watching, or I read this about podcasts. If most podcasts never make it to 10 episodes, and Thursday night is 193. So yeah, I got a max headroom effect going on here. So the Steve Doc, do you know where Danbury Webster is? I don't. Should I know what that is? So do you know the pirated dudes who pirate TV signals with a fake max headroom mass? I don't. So I remember though, about 15 years ago, Camp Randall Football Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin, the Badgers were playing, and there were some college kids in a house next to the stadium who fired up an FM transmitter and basically overpowered the signal in the stadium, and were doing their own broadcast, like a spoof broadcast or something. It was pretty wild. They were able to pull that off, basically. So anyway, but yeah, my instructor brought an old vehicle without power steering or power brakes for my road test in July 1980. Holy smokes. Look at it's Cameron Sanchez. Look at this. Happy birthday, Doc. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. So very much. Yeah, holy smokes. 51 here for the Doc. 51. Looking over there on the side cam. There's a side cam of 51. So right. As you can tell, like it's really dark and spooky, kind of like a kind of like a ghost feel down here. But there we go. And there's the Logitech Brio, which is an awesome camera. So, but let's get rid of the safety cam. Safety cam is being a real downer today. It's real gloomy. So awful conditions for a driver's test. Yeah, it probably worked in my favor. And the guy was just like, I think you've got it. And so let's just get back. And yeah, it was crazy, man. We used to go out in winter. So again, growing up in northern Wisconsin, so by December the lakes would be froze, and they would plow racetracks onto the ice, and people would go out there with studded wheels and race around. But like you could just go out there with your car, and that was pretty common. Like we used to do that. And you'd like fly around with your car, right? And be spinning around and just, so it was usually like me and three friends, and it depends on which vehicle you had. And if you got stuck, I mean, in a big snow drift or something, everybody got out with a shovel, from the trunk, and we had these grates we put under the wheels, and then 2 minutes later you're back and going. I mean, but that was nuts, man. That was how fast you'd get going on a lake, and then lock it up and do 360s. Jeez, I just look back at that. It's like, how in the world? Like I'd freak out if my kids are doing stuff like that. But wow. So the cop doing the driving test had me get in. Then when we got up onto the ramp of the highway off the next and back to the parking lot, he had me park far from the building. That was it. Wow. He's like, ta-da, Vanessa, I can tell you're a good driver. So, wow. Corey's saying retirement sucks, Mike. Don't ask. Um, Bending ballistics. I used to drive 1,000 horsepower Camaro in the snow in Milwaukee. It would do 7-second passes in a quarter mile and kick through sideways in third gear 45. Yeah, holy smokes, man. Yeah, isn't that crazy? So, oh my God, that is wild. It's Bacon Maldito. Thanks for the super chat earlier, buddy. Hey, at least you didn't end up getting a useless degree. Plus, you're reliable doing a mechanic job. I don't want to do collecting new tools because the ones here aren't. Yeah, no, Mike, man, you're doing important work, and hang in there, man. I think what it is also is you get to a point in careers like you need. I don't know if you need a side hustle. You need something else to keep you going because things just get too routine. Got a picture that's off. It's not level over here. It's kind of weird, but so I mean, really, that's one of the reasons I wrote the books. And I was always like teaching college on the side, and that was something where I could, like teaching college, I can intellectually engage with people. Where some of the administrative stuff, you're just like managing, right? You're kind of pushing paper, and you're following all these crazy or trying to follow these federal and state rules, and where you can be somewhat creative, right? And you know, in the instruction, and then the other part was just biking. Like I got serious about biking and putting in a lot of time with where I was going, different routes, bike maintenance, different strategies for endurance rides. Like what to eat and so I think it's just that kind of creative. And it's starting the podcast, 5 years ago. So now, Thursday we've got the legal man on. Monday, Lisa Lenny. So Thursday it was going to be a lit show if you follow the U.S. Law Review. But I think it was one of these things where if I was just doing that, it would have been really hard to keep going. Like just I mean, I know a lot of people who just don't. They switch out of that for other things, but I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying for me though, I needed other things where I could really kind of be creative and inventive, I guess, or just like I don't know. I don't know what it is, man, um but I don't I mean being in anything, I think 20 years kind of presses the limits of so much of it patterns, right? You get used to it and it gets predictable. And with um and I imagine right now, like being a mechanic to try to get parts, right? And people are like, "What? You can't get this part, or and you're like, it's not me. It's this crazy supply chain, right?" And so, um, I could be wrong on that, but Mike is saying, I don't want to stop working altogether. Heck, I'm only 45, just considering taking another path. The body's getting beat up also. Not sure I can go another 20. Yeah. Yeah. Um, I had a relative who was a plumber and started out young. I mean, like right out of high school. But his body, when he was, by the time he was 50, his body was really beat up. Um, so and that was the thing, like just knees and crawl spaces and all of this stuff, that he had a hard time. So then he kind of backed off and was managing this like apprentice, folks and stuff like that. But yeah, that is the thing where, right, it's your body can only take so much of that. um I like the shirt. It's a really nice shirt. I mean, in person where it doesn't look like, this crazy stuff going on. But look at this here. What in the hell? Look at this. So it's UCAM. Yeah, it's kind of a neat effect. Um, yeah, the shirt. I should have thought this one out a little bit better, but so it's Pokes a Bob. Look at this with a $5 super chat. Pokes a Bob. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yay, we made it. So it's cool. I didn't realize how fun it would be to, check the channel and to see, oh, like the channel earned 15 cents in ad revenue overnight or something like that, right? I mean, which is honestly kind of where the channel is at right now, um but it is fun though. I like the analytics, and also with the direction of taking the show to, we have 3 guests coming up here in the next, like 10 days. um I think to have the show be monetized, right, and to have 1,000+ subscribers helps to convince people to come on the show. In addition to the awesomeness of all of you and just the awesomeness of the show, but I think it's cool. So I appreciate that very much. So yeah, let's look at this here. It's CNT. What up, my brother? To his good friend Mike. So Mike had something. What was it here? Um, got it, Mike. I am a 74, so getting old. So yeah, there was got to follow through here. Dun, 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 the Eep from Iponiwa. Look at this. Man Against the Masses is saying, I was at the Mitsubishi plant from 91 to 2004, got laid off when they went to one shift, got called back in 13, and they shut the doors in 15. Man, that sucks. Did it suck? Was it like, or was that just a point where you transitioned to something else and you're kind of ready for it, Mike? Or Man Against the Masses. So yeah, I remember watching. It was 2008 when GM closed some of the plants, and then they were showing the workers, and they were like allowing them to take their tools that they had been issued with them. It was really sad, though. I mean, it was just horrifically sad to see these people walk out of the factory for the last time, and just kind of like this underscore of, like American manufacturing and things. But yeah, so the coffin bookcase, I meant. Whoa, Corey. Wow. Oh, my mom is 74. She retired at 62, was RN shift nurse supervisor at the local county nursing home. Wow. My mother-in-law was the head of nursing at a large clinic in the southern part of the state. She probably retired about the same time, 62-ish, right around there. So yeah, so let's see here. Look at this. It's Uke. I did, Corey. Made one for my ex. Oh my God, the picture there. I forget to. That's what you're referring to. She's a taxidermist and filled with skulls and bones. Holy smokes! I saw somebody had a coffin like that up for Halloween, and I was thinking, yeah, I've got space for that. Like I know exactly where I would put it if I were to do that. But then I got to store it for the rest of the year, so it gets a little weird to store that. And then it's like, someone comes over, it's like, what's that? I don't know. It's a coffin. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Danbury Webster's the area where my great-grandparents owned resorts. Wow. Man Against the Masses. Very cool. Did mine in a 1980 Cutlass Supreme. Man, I remember those Cutlass Supremes. I had a friend who had a Cutlass Supreme, was probably right around that 80 or 81. So that thing could fly. It's good stuff. Let's see here. So this is from Mike McLuhan. Similar thing happened back in the early 90s over at the local Westinghouse plant my dad worked at. He did not get laid off due to his seniority, but 2 of his brother-in-laws did. So yeah, I don't know, you guys, what your thought is on the economy. I mean, I don't think things are going well, and that's one of the reasons. So today, there were two things today. One, I was asked if I would consult with a school district, and it would be a pretty significant consulting project. It's a project, but I mean, it would be pretty big. And I was like, yes, but I gotta I've got to sit down and like put the proposal together and the math and how this would actually work. But whenever like a district is like, we want you to come in and like do this, and I'll be like, and here's what I do and here's what I don't do. Like, I'm not going to come through and tell you like this door needs to be propped up, or these windows need to be bolted shut or something like that. That's not my thing. But I come in and I look at like how your safety systems operate and running tabletop drills and your interagency stuff and how to interview your students and staff and all that stuff, help you with your state reports. So depending on what state you're in, but yeah. So anyway, of course, when they approach you with that, they know your work, right? And they want you to come in. So it's not like I'm out there advertising that. So I'm like, yeah, it sounds good. And then another one is to go back with where I used to do regular consulting during the pandemic. And then I said it was kind of eating up too much of my time. And then I broke away from that. But now, we're having a meeting probably in the next week to discuss like what would it look like if I came back and did some part-time regular consulting, though, like so many hours a week. And I'm looking at that and saying, I think I've got to do it because I just do not have faith in the economy. I don't have faith that, inflation is going to get better anytime soon. And I just don't know. I mean, it's kind of the reason I upped the consulting during the pandemic, right? Things were real crazy. Didn't know what was going on. And now I think it's a different thing, which I'm looking, saying, I don't know. I mean, I just want to hedge against if my property taxes double or my insurance doubles or our utilities. I mean, we've got the house is paid off and stuff, but I mean, there's still like, it seems that if you have the capability to expand, like kind of what Aaron Clary says, I mean, it's much easier to pick up a side gig and make money than to try to really get creative, like with investments and stuff like that, especially like right now. So it's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I wasn't thinking of doing this even a couple months ago, but now I'm like, well, if the opportunity's there, I think I might return back into the consulting realm. Look at this here. It's a safety doc up here on the safety cam. So the safety cam is crazy. Hey there, safety cam. Might put the safety cam to bed for the night here. So Vanessa's saying that is why I restart my wood and leather works again. Something more than study and teaching. Yeah. I need a job. This is Jim. Self-worth pretty low. Oh, come on, man. Feels bad. You're a great guy, Jim. But this is Doc's date, not mine. So, all right. Well, I think you're an awesome guy, Jim. And this, so yeah, I do. So yeah, when you turn 51, like for a birthday, like the best of the birthday is just like getting up in the morning. So, and I had a coffee and yeah, good meeting this morning. So then I'm sitting there in the dealership waiting area, and I'm like, why am I the only person that's not super ill here? Like, is this what the rest of the world is like? I mean, what in the world? So it was crazy. Yeah, and then of course there's the one person who their phone rings like every 10 minutes and they take the call and they're right there, and it's like, you step out. There's like a lot of space. You can just walk here. Plus it's 51 and sunny out. Just walk out the door. Like, we don't need to hear this pointless conversations. Like, whatever. Benning saying, I'll be going to Colorado snowboarding and to Texas for a hog hunt in January. Look at that. That's wow, man. You remind me of Robert Travis, who I wrote about in Velocity of Information, the Alaskan Crab Boarder. He was a professional snowboarder, and now he lives in Texas. and he has a concrete a company, and then also he's the president of Rooftop Life Rafts. So yeah. Man Against the Masses. There are about 100 maintenance people under me in seniority, but they were under a different contract. Otherwise, I would have made it. Wow. Corey is saying, I tried to get back on the bike, but the one I bought from Canadian Tire wasn't put together right. $200 gone because I won't shop there anymore. Yeah. I'm thankful. So my bike, there's a really great shop. These guys have been doing this for like literally 40 years, and just a small shop kind of between here and Madison, Wisconsin. And they build everything for it, the rims and from scratch. But and I've gotten pretty good over the years with my bike of being able to rip it down and do the stuff that needs to be done on it. But man, that sucks, Corey. Look at Ron is thinking about snowboarding in Kentucky, the hills of Kentucky. So he's thinking about it. So, wow. Corey is saying cancer took my father when I was 12. Mom had pancreatic 5-6 years ago. Oh my God, that's horrible. I am very sorry to hear that. Wow. Confetti cannons. Yes, there are confetti cannons, and let's see here. Look at this. You guys got it there. Wow. Uke scorpioned. You don't want to be scorpioning. So, yeah. Note, studies show that people with more birthdays actually live longer. I've heard that. Ron Wayne. So, yeah. 51. So, interesting. 51. Let's see. Dun, dun, the E from Ipanema. Look at this. Wishing Doc a happy belly button day, and y'all. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow. That is cool. Corey has a plot for cremains, but not big enough unless they bury me upright. Wow. It's a kind of an interesting, I don't know, interesting. I got a limit. I said that during class way too many times on Saturday, but I've shared, my wishes, right, with my wife and family. I said, if anything happens to me, I get hit by a car, heart attack when I'm out biking or something like that. But whatever. I said, I simple cremation and either spread my ashes on the roads I like to bike on, or take them to. We have a couple summer places we'd like to go in state. Take them there. But I said, that's it. I do not. For me, I don't want to be in a cemetery. I don't want a big. And I don't want a monument. I don't want a headstone, or I guess, because there can be a gathering. I don't know. But I said I want it to be really simple. And part of that is when I bike past a lot of country cemeteries that are not maintained. So that, the church that was there in 1880, burned down in 1900, and now there's just old headstones. They are all wonky and crooked or have fallen over, and I'm like, I just don't see where, like, I haven't visited a cemetery for a relative in 20 years. I mean, it would take a while to figure out where those people are at, but I don't know. It's just kind of where I'm at. So pretty straightforward of not having any formal funeral, I guess, or I don't know, viewing and all of those things. So I remember when my grandfather died. So he was deer hunting with his friends and family, right? My uncle and had a heart attack. And so, but he was healthy up until then, so doing what he loved to do. And then, but, uh, but yeah, I just remember his funeral, that when we were at the cemetery, that this big, what is it? The coffin goes inside of this big concrete vault thing. And I was just like, holy smokes, like there's a lot going on here. Like and, um, and I'm not so sure he would have been like real into that. I don't know. But sometimes, I think too, especially back then, 20 plus years ago, like people just kind of thought that was what was the expectation, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't want anybody making a diamond out of my ashes or putting me in a bracelet or anything like that. We're all good. So, I do. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, that's just my thing. So, Benny Ballistics, Doc, the economy put me on retirement now for a month. Man, sorry to hear that, buddy. Happy birthday, Doc. It's Scoop from CNT Designs. Hey, Coop, I appreciate it. So, yeah, it's been a good birthday. I mean, there's no snow, so that's a plus. Like usually as a kid growing up in northern Wisconsin, pretty much every birthday there had already been a few feet of snow and it was cold and it was icy. And so like I always felt that my friends who had summer birthdays, I'm like, you are so lucky, because in winter, even if you went somewhere, you'd have to put a coat on and you have to put boots on as a kid. And so if you had your friends over for your birthday, like you really couldn't do anything outside. I mean, I guess if you're like snow fort-ish, but I mean that's has to be like the right temperature to build a snow fort. And I mean, I was just so like, come on, like that, oh, my friend Jason, birthday is on July 8th. I'm like, well, that's awesome. All right. It's summer. You're out biking, eating a hot dog and bag of Doritos and a Pepsi. And, it's 82 degrees and sunny. And at my birthday, it would be like 12 degrees and windy and it's be 4 feet of snow on the ground. But, so I was a big fan of just saying like, let's just celebrate my birthday in July. Let's just skip over the November thing. We don't have to acknowledge it. No presents, no nothing. Let's just move it. And I had a friend that was born on Christmas, my friend Adam. So his family celebrated his birthday like on December 21st or something, because as a kid, if you're on birthdays on Christmas, man, that's a bad deal for you, right? For gifts and everything. So they did it like a couple days before, but still like it wasn't a good setup. You gotta be like, but so yeah. Ron Wayne, what is the best way to remember your wife's birthday? Forget it once. Oh my goodness, Misty, Mrs. Wayne, is that true? So my wife has a CNA of 33 years. Bless her heart, man against the masses. I mean that. So because nobody wants to work in that field, she makes pretty good money. 26-30, you bet, working through agencies. Yes. So let's see here. Yeah. Taxes rise with inflation, right? Yeah. We'll be paying the highest property taxes ever next month. So 16% more than last year. And for like the 20 years we've been here, it didn't change a lot. And now we've got this big jump. So Misty, if you pay for shipping, I'll make you one. It'll take a while though. You have to tell me what color you want the background to be. Wow. That is pretty cool. Yeah. Vanessa is buying a lathe and making some leather chairs. Wow. That would be very cool. Waiting for a safety dance. Holy smokes. Dun, 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 dun. I forget the name of that band. That was never one of my favorite songs though. So if you have no idea what to invest, I buy precious metals. There's Jim. Gold was up significantly on Friday, which was like the biggest one day jump I think in 10 years for gold. Happy birthday, Doc from DJ Play Nice. I appreciate it. So look at head of the goat right here. Oh my goodness. Yikes. Colonoscopy this AM. I woke up 3 times to watch the computer screen. Oh my goodness. Invest in silver gem. It's being used in solar panels as value rising like crazy. Yes, silver is taking off. The difference between silver and gold, right, is that silver has a lot of application in industry where gold doesn't have as much. And the thing with gold, I'm just saying, like, one of the things with gold is part of the gold market for years was people buying gold jewelry and things like that. And the younger generation isn't doing that nearly like the boomers were. So there's a lot of jewelry right now which is being turned in and melted down. So, but yeah, silver has per what I've read and has more commercial application. So yeah, very, very cool. Bicycling Magazine used to have good assembly and maintenance section. Wow, Jim, that's awesome. I remember I used to get Three Wheeling Magazine back in the 80s, and that thing was awesome. I always wanted to order these Fox, the brand Fox, like three-wheeling jerseys out of there, and never did. I should have, because they were really cool. I have an $8 pack from China already tried to fall apart, but I figured out the trick. So, wow. It's Billy. It's our good friend Billy is here. So look at that. It's Billy. Oh my goodness, Billy. Yeah. Silver, this is Jim, is using a ton of industrial things. Yeah. Very cool. Doc, you're almost double AARP status. Yeah, I am eligible for ARP. I think it was last year too, by the way, because they send me the things, and it's not that much to subscribe, but it's not actually, like, it probably would be worth it for the discount I would get if we go on vacation or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of a crazy. They send you like a nice cooler for the back of your car to keep your groceries cool on the ride home. ARP membership isn't that much either. There's like $16 or something, but I don't have it, but I am eligible. I think once you turn 50, and I am eligible to live in those places, the villages, right, in Florida. You have to be 50 or older. So, and I look at those sometimes, and I'm like, under the right circumstances, man, I think that could be a pretty good setup. But I'm not. The thing is, like, I'm not super social. So it's Zippy. Look at our good friend Zippy. So they have a fee that you pay for, so you can use outside of the golf course, but pickleball court and all stuff, whatever the hell. But I'm like, I'm probably not really into that stuff. So yes, I'd love the weather. I'd love to be out golfing, just kind of stuff like that. But I'm not going to be doing macrame. I don't want to be line dancing. I don't want to be doing these other things, right? And just so I don't think I would get my money out of that. So yeah, I don't know. Wow. Look at this. Zippy saying, hey, I finally had a good 9 hours of sleep after waking up on my computer. Windows Realtek audio console for 30 hours with a 4-hour nap. No, it's not fixed, but Windows is working better. Good to hear, buddy. So Koopa saying, when I die, cook a pig in the ground, and when the pig is done, pull the pig out and throw me in the hole. There better be some crawfish boiled too. Wow. Coop. So I've got a story to tell, which I'm not sure I should tell a story or not. I'm not going to identify where this happened. This is a true story, though. So as a school administrator, there was a young student who had a condition, and wasn't expected to live very, very long. And the student over a um, winter break passed away, which was sad. Very young student. Um, and that spring, the family came to the school and um, brought in. The school had an outdoor, a garden area, and brought in a stone with the student's name, a decorative stone, and it asked if they could bring it in. And actually, that's something like whenever like people want to donate things in memory of people, like donate a scoreboard in memory of whatever, you got to be kind of careful as a school when you're doing stuff like that you don't create this big kind of memorial site. But anyway, wanted to do this, and so school had agreed. And as they were talking about it, the one of the parents was going through a backpack, and I thought, I didn't think anything of it. I thought, I don't know, maybe get a picture of what's happening here. Got it, and in one motion, took this container out of the backpack and did whoosh, and just this cloud of dust. And I'm like, what just happened? And it was part of the child's cremated remains had put over this garden where this rock was. So I'm looking at this thing. This was never part of the. You never said anything about this. So there were a handful of people, and I was one of the ranking administrators. So after that, we kind of looked at each other, and I'm just like, we wouldn't say nothing about this, right? And to this day, like nothing was said about it. But it's the last thing I expected was for that to happen, right? Because then if the word had got out, people would be like, well, that can't be in this area. I mean, it would just be this big thing, and it wasn't videotaped or any of that, so it wasn't a social media event. But I just was like, whoa, I can't believe that just happened. And then we just did the parents, then they had left, and then we did kind of a little powwow. There was a team. There were like 3 or 4 of us. I'm like, here's the deal. Like nobody says anything, because this was a kind-hearted on their part. This meant a lot to them, and we're not going to, nobody say what happened here today. Nobody did. So I appreciate that. But yeah, just I don't know if I've ever told that story as an administrator, like in any of my administrative classes, of having that happen, and then the parents in the one move pull out this small backpack. And again, I didn't know. I thought picture of this or whatever they were going to do, and it was this one motion, and and I knew the moment like the cloud was there, and I'm like, holy smokes, they just spread the cremated remains. So, wow. Oh my God. But, oh my goodness. So it's Half Mile Sniper. Hey, Doc, happy birthday. Thanks, buddy. Look at Zippy there. It's happy birthday. CNT reminds me of disaster. Once was, my sister was born on Christmas Day. Oh my goodness, Misty Mrs. Wayne. Good or bad? Was she like, oh, come on? Winter births suck. Yeah, and growing up in northern Wisconsin, man, I always felt that way, Corey. I always felt that way. Now in southern Wisconsin, it's changed. My luck has changed a little bit because like today was 51 and sunny, and then really it felt warm. It had, wasn't windy, wasn't icy. There's no snow, and we've had down here my birthday a few times. It's been in the 60s and 70s. One day we went somewhere, we had the sunroof open and stuff like that a couple of years ago. So not that bad. But definitely like in the northern part of the state, I always felt I got robbed on my birthday. And I'm like, this sucks. Even like I'd go back in college. Well, I went to college in the northern part of the state too. Actually, I was in Superior for part of my college, which is right on Lake Superior, right? Northern part of the state. So, but I mean, it just, oh man, it sucked. And the other part was like when I was younger, I got sick much more frequently, like colds and pneumonia type stuff. It seemed like all the time in winter. And now like that's pretty rare, like very rare for me to get sick like that. So I'm not a big fan of winter, but like I don't get sick during winter. But I was, just when I was in college and high school, and man, it was just like all the time. And he never got sick, and well, every once in a while in summer, like a summer cold, but because you could be in the sun, it would kind of like just bake it out of you. You'd feel better in a day or two. But um, so yeah, I would never ever move north of where I'm at now. And not that this, so I'm about 2 hours south of where I grew up. And I would never, I don't know, 120 miles south of where I grew up. I would never, ever, ever go north again. So there's nothing, absolutely nothing. So yeah, it's because my parents, when they visit, they'll be like, oh, like, it's in spring. They'll be like, you have no snow, and the leaves are on the trees. By us, we still have snow in the back, and the pond across the road is still frozen. I'm like, yeah, that's why that's why I live here. All right, and maybe even like to get to a warmer climate for more of the year. But actually, like this isn't too bad. And my wood supply is in great shape because I had a little stretch where I had to burn in October, but now we haven't had to burn for a while. So I'm like in great shape. Half miles. Mine is August, and I host a regional match every year for my birthday. Man, that's cool. DJ, play nice. Mine's in December between Christmas and New Year during vacation break from school. Total bummer to be stuck between Christ and baby New Year. Utterly forgettable, frustrating. I think it would be, right? Yeah. So I said my friend Adam, his birthday was on Christmas, man, and they always celebrated it like 21st of December, but it was still not the same. So I'd be, you had a sleepover once at his place. We were over there, and it's like, yeah, happy birthday, and you're opening presents, but then like over there's a tree, and the presents are underneath it too. So it's like, oh, like, so they're just like take some presents from their Christmas tree, and here, Adam, open these. So he's like, what the hell's going on here? So Zippy, ain't nothing wrong with a juvenile sense of humor. 57. Man Against the Masses. 51. So, Misty Mrs. Wayne, mine's in January. So I always get all the stuff that goes on sale for Christmas. Look at that. Ron's like, Misty, what do you want for What do you want for your birthday? But he asked you like on December 26th. So vote for Pedro. Just a second here. Tomorrow, everybody. Vote for Pedro. It's a young Ron Wayne right here. Vote for Pedro. So, let's check what's going on here. So, yeah, Coop is going to sing Happy Birthday like Marilyn Monroe, but oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I don't, wow, Coop. Look at this. Safety cam. So you guys can kind of see what's like for a Samsung S8, man. That's pretty horrible. That thing over there. So, and it's starting to lose it. So it's going to just be, let's get rid of it. I love this camera though. This Brio, man. This was the perfect update. The mic and camera and the headphones here is really, really about time. Ting Ting, happy birthday. Well, thank you, Ting Ting. So the pinned chat is the link to the show. If anybody wants to come in and do a quick, hey, happy birthday, not like a life story. It's up to you. It's kind of not like our Halloween, but if you do want to do an open mic and jump in and do that, I'll see you in the back. It's up to you. But yeah, silver's an antiseptic. Yeah, absolutely. So just so you guys know, you can, for this show, do the jump in. And boy, like think about Thursday, 7:00 is the legal man is going to be on. He's an attorney of 30 years. And so he's got the podcast, The Quash. That guy is lit. So that is going to be a great show. Big following on social media. And yeah, I'm excited about it, but I'm also like, it's like unleashing a tornado to have him on the show. So because I listen to his stuff and I'm like, holy smokes, like that guy is has a lot of energy and a lot of passion. So which is good, which is awesome. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this whole thing of citizens arrest and like why you probably don't want to do that, but if for some reason you did, like here's your best plan, and then get into what's really going on with jury trials, how to like set yourself up in the best way, and this whole thing of voting and government overreach and what he sees going on, and what kind of your best bet to survive and protect yourself and all this craziness going on. So yeah, that is going to be Thursday night. Oh my God, it's still the safety cam over there. I'm looking at it right now. It's a safety cam. Hello, safety cam. Look at the safety cams over here. Safety cam. Look at that safety cam. That gosh darn safety cam, I'll tell you. So Zippy is saying, had some taco stuff on tortilla shells, made them from grilled hamburgers, just spice, meat, taco sauce, shell. Wow, look at this here. Zippy is trying to start a Zippy Bell. So not Taco Bell, Zippy Bell. So Hallmark will sue you. They own that birthday song and they have lawyers with big, big briefcases. Holy smokes. What birthday song? So the birthday song at the start of the show, I downloaded off the site where I subscribe for all the audio I use in the show. So yeah. All right. So I'll be careful here. I don't want to get in trouble with that. You're saying for Coop, if he were to sing that, yeah, they would go after him. So it'd be like Marilyn Monroe impersonator, CNCist Coop is up for being sued by whoever owns that. I like birthdays, but too many can kill you. Ron Wayne. Holy smokes. The American Mature Association Club, AARP. Type that for conservative folks. Wow. Doc, I'll catch you guys next time in a weird mood currently. Happy birthday, Doc. Okay, cool. Bending Ballistics, by the way, Thursday night at 7 o'clock, guest the legal man, who's an attorney of 30 years, is going to be on the show talking things like civil or like a citizen's arrest and stuff like that. That guy is lit. He's on fire. At thequash.com, that's his website. So yeah, he'll be on Thursday night. So thanks very much, Benning. So yeah, so I want to be 52. That's Billy. So that's what I have to look forward to here, is to be 52. So yeah, if anybody wants to make an appearance here in the back, let me get backstage and I can bring you up here. It's up to you. No pressure, but I do have it for open mic. So I used to tell my ex, this is Half Mile, you can just roll me in a ditch and cover me with rocks. Then when she asked if I ever worried about her killing me in the middle of the night, I rethought that position. So yeah, holy smokes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who, when he had passed, like the family did this huge stone, and then there's this picture of him, and then this picture of like, the woods, and, engraved on the stone and all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. Like it just was, I'm like, I don't think this guy would have been into it. Like, I think he'd be like, okay, it's a little much. But yeah, I look at these stones in these old cemeteries, right? So you look at a stone from like 1908, and it's really, really big stone, and it's weathered, but it's a really big granite stone. And I'm like, God, like that had to be a lot of money back then. It had to be a pretty big feat to like get it out here and get it set and stuff like that. I'm like, I wonder if they, like, going back, if that person was, if they were just like the ghost was standing next to me of that person, would they look at that and say, God, that was a waste of money? Like, you know what? Like at the time, it seemed like that was going to be a really good thing to do, like to put this massive granite monument out here with the family names in it. But like looking at it now as a ghost next to you, Doc, kind of looking at this, and I'm just like, yeah, probably was a little bit overboard. We probably didn't need to do this. So um, I don't know. So we could have put resources in a different place, but yeah. It's a Michael Deacon program. So, Michael, thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes, buddy. Yeah, 51, just like Area 51. We're waiting for Bob Lazar to appear on the show. He hasn't yet. So, we had an open call out there for Bob Lazar. So, but he hasn't appeared yet on the show. And also, Squad 51 in Los Angeles. The crew there hasn't appeared on the show either. So, we're waiting. But yeah, if anyone, Bob Lazar. So, howdy ting ting. Is this oh crap doc or of crap doc? Oh, I don't know. Oops. Oh crap doc. Okay. I was like, well, I don't know, man. Here's Jim. Has a link. I don't know what that goes to, Jim. So got it over there. But I was giving you the special man of the masses. Look at this here. This is ting ting. So the safety pants. Wow. I just have jeans on at the moment. 3 can keep a secret. So that's what Larry Lutton, right? Larry says that often in his videos. 3 can keep a secret when 2 are dead. So, and then I'll be like, are you going to kill me, Larry? He's like, what? No. So you're good. And then, but yeah. So let's see here. Oh, Man Against the Masses. There's a crematory on my route. There is a distinct smell. So the place we stay at up in Superior, the I don't know, Hampton Inn, I think. There's a crematorium like a block away from it now. So it's just built. So when we were up there this year, like, parking, I was like, and it's not discreet. It's got a big sign out in front of it. The chimneys are very overt and everything, like, so yeah, there's like benches out in front of it, and it's a new building. But yeah, it's just a block away. It's a block away from the Perkins too. So just kind of a weird, it's a weird setup there. I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, I guess that was one of the things that struck me of just how overt it was. It wasn't like lack of tact or anything. It just seemed to me that one, like, you probably wouldn't put it in that part of the city, but then also just, I don't know. Just that it surprised me a little bit. So they're like, surprise. I'm like, no surprise. We're good. So yeah. So dealing with car wrecks, burning human flesh is very distinctive aroma when it sticks with you. Yeah, I have heard that. So yeah. Jordan from SK, South Korea or Saskatchewan. But happy 51st birthday. Look at this. You don't look 51. Good work. Keep doing what you're doing. Are you actually a vampire? Yes, I'm a vampire. I'm the vampire of this book, Philosophy of Information, which is available in Canada. And if you read it, leave a review. And also this book, School of Airs, which is available in Canada and South Korea. And it's an audiobook for $10.99. And I narrated it. So someone could be the 55th review on that and the 25th for Philosophy of Information. So yes, pretty good. Camera's doing me a benefit here. So like, I look at this cam, the safety cam here. I'm aged. It's the season. That cam is struggling with the lighting. The lighting is not changing in this room, right? And the camera is just cannot get a beat on anything. That's just like the camera's just like shut me down. I don't want to be doing this anymore. I was never designed to be an ancillary webcam. Do not do this. It's just going to power down at some point here. So It's very angry. It does it. I'm like, how are you not focusing on it? It's trying to focus in on everything down here. It's focusing in the back. I'm like, just right here. Like, how's that throwing you off, safety cam? Cam's like, I don't want to talk about this right now. So afterwards, I have to address the cam. What the hell are you doing? We had a practice show and everything was fine. Now you don't even know where to, focus on. You're focusing on the back of the room where there's nothing. Come on. So it's like a straw. You've got a straw in a cup, not really a cup, right? A glass, and then like you turn to do something and you go back and straw's like over here, and you're like, come on, we got a deal. Like, you're supposed to be like, making me look stupid. So stay in one place. Safety cam is basically trying to just lose its job. It's just trying to be like, just recycle me, throw me in the bin at Walmart, get like $5. Just don't charge me ever again. It's just like, I don't want to do this. I'm like, I don't know. I guess it's up to you. So I was trying to give you some agency and purpose being this safety cam, but have you been using that rolling pin called the husband trainer again? Oh my goodness. That's to Mrs. Wayne from Ting. The more you're out, the more likely you will catch something. Yeah. So, my immune system honestly got much better in the second half of life. And the older I get, my immune system gets stronger. Like, I'm not coming down with these colds. Like, my kids come home with colds from school or something. Like, I typically don't get that. And if I do, I get over it pretty fast. So, but God's sakes, I mean, if I go back to when I played sports in high school, and I was fit in college. Like, I was sick a lot in winter. Like I just was. So, I mean, I would have to take, if I really look at that time, I would have to like wipe out a big section of it that I was just sick, like not deathly sick, but like colds and flu type sick, which kind of seemed like the thing. Like, I don't think I was the only one dealing with that. But, so I kind of like think now, I'm like, God, I'm glad I don't get that stuff. I think one year when I was in college, I was a junior or senior. Like, I had pneumonia like 3 or 4 times during winter. And then I got the pneumovax, the pneumonia vaccine, and that actually seemed to help quite a bit. Yeah. So, let's see here. Bonneville Pass, Wyoming. It's our good friend Billy. So, half-mile sniper. After my time in Michigan in the UP, I told the good wife we aren't moving north in retirement. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of the north of Wisconsin 20 years ago, because there definitely is a 2 to 3 weeks longer of fall, summer. Like, winter's a month shorter down here. So, that's nice. Jim saying, I was called for active service during Desert Shield storm. They said since I wasn't in theater, not qualified. Whoa, what's up with that? I'm a January baby. That kind of blows too. Yeah. But you're in a warmer area though, right? So, yeah. Looked a little Napoleon Dynamite-ish there, Doc. Wow. Are you saying like here with the safety cam here? Like, was this the Napoleon Dynamite-ish thing going on? The Napoleon Dynamite-ish. So we had a Napoleon Dynamite show up at Halloween, by the way. The kid even had the moon boots. Perfect. I mean, was 100% on the mark for the Napoleon Dynamite. So he was the only one that did it. And actually, that's kind of like, if you're 10 years old doing Napoleon Dynamite, like that's a movie that came out before you're born. So, yeah, it's a good deal. So yeah, at the safety dock, come down to the south. We have 4 types of weather: hot, humid, paint stripping, and bugs, raining for days and bugs. Not too hot, not too cold. Bugs, ice everywhere. So, man, I don't know. Bugs, I don't know. We haven't had a lot of mosquitoes here for like the last 10 years. When we moved here, um, that was one of the things like the realtor told us there's a lot of mosquitoes because we're close to the Wisconsin River. Well, of course, the river moves, but then there's the canal, which doesn't move. And then we have a marsh like within a half mile of our house, and then the pond, the lakes. So there's just a lot of wet area. And they're like, so, and the city would come up and down the roads. Remember those DDT trucks? And they would spray the fog. They did that. I don't know if it's DDT, but they would, so they would, so give you enough time to get inside. But yeah, when we moved here 20 years ago, for the first couple of years we lived here, they would go up and down the streets in summer and fog the whole neighborhood with these mosquito fogging things. So pretty crazy. And mosquitoes were bad back then, but like now almost non-existent, just not a big thing around here. So kind of a benefit. That if things got better there. So happy birthday, man. Dun, dun, dun. Guy looks 30. Who's this guy? Guy in the screen here, guy in the safety cam over here looks 30. So, one thing I'll just say, thankfully, I mean, I think the fact that, my hair has been a big thing. And mostly it's still kind of, black, but, man, I have classmates and I'll be like, dude, like they look really old. I shouldn't say that, right? I don't want to make it sound bad, but I'm not the only one who says it. Like I have other friends who'd be like, look at whatever, the guy looks like he's like 65, 68 years old. And I'm just like, holy smokes. So, wow. So yeah, usually my age gets mistaken on the younger side. So, yeah. Wow. Vanessa's saying burial at sea. They can only watch the ship leave. I didn't know that. So, Ting Ting, only problem some drug heads may think you are drugs and sniff you like, oh, Brandon, oh my goodness, I hope not. Wow. The safety dance official. Oh, that's what that is. The link to the safety dance. So there it is. Men Without Hats, right? Is the band on that. I think I remember that coming out. We can cam if you want to. We can cam our friends behind, because if our friends don't cam, and if they don't, oh yeah, they're no friends of mine. Oh my God, that's lyrics from the safety dance. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Men Without Hats had a good song. One that I liked, I think it was "Pop Goes the World" by Men Without Hats. I thought that was a cool song. Yeah. Jim, I thought all MREs preserved me, but they wore off. Fair use, baby. Yeah. I had a bad experience with a fair use defense once. So it did not work for me. And I thought it would. And it did not. So Zippy, I had a bad IP experience. So yeah. If you ever try that fair use, the thing is, you can be, depending on who brings the claim against you, that can be decided by a judge or there's basically like a committee under the Case Act. And it's pretty high risk, right? If someone decides that it wasn't fair use as a defense, then you can end up with big fees that you have to pay. So yeah, it's best to try to not go down that route with anything. So yeah. Misty Mrs. Wayne says, I'm staying 32, the age where you're old enough to be grown up, but still young enough to act young. Absolutely. Speaking of public domain, I heard Night of the Living Dead can now be remade. Any hoser with a video camera, a few friends, and a YouTube channel. Wow, man. Now that's interesting. Um, wow. Oh, Half Mile Sniper. I had a great time looking at the head and footstones in the graveyard in Boston. Saw a lot of history in those boners. I did too, actually. I was in Boston about 20 years ago and remember going through the old cemeteries in the city. And I thought it was amazing. So, yes, um, absolutely. The one thing I wish I would have done when I was in Boston is I wish I would have known ahead of time. Like 20 years ago, Boston was pretty formal. So right away I noticed like, oh my God, like people are wearing kind of loafers and dress pants and on like a college jacket. And I just would have dressed a little more formal. So yeah, that's safety doc. If you are on for a while longer, I may step in later. Okay. It's our friend Coop. So 120 miles east from Vanessa is Boston. So yeah. Um, let's see here. Okay, Doc, here's a question for you. Do you like Charlie Barron's? Love his chick. Yeah, the Manitowoc Minute, the comedian from Wisconsin, who is speaking at the commencement, the December commencement at UW Madison. I do. Yeah, and I was following him kind of early on with some of his stuff, and now, he's gotten to be very popular. So yeah, I do like that. You know, um, good. It's clean humor that he has, and he exaggerates the Wisconsin and kind of Midwest stereotypes a little bit, but yeah, I appreciate his comedy. So yeah, very cool. Does some nice. So it's kind of cool. We'll talk about like Fleet Farm and Farm and Fleet and stuff like that. And it's like, oh yeah, and the store is like within 20 miles of me, both of them. So having that context. But yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I think too his dad's a doctor. So like I think he does a little bit of kind of comedy for like patients in hospitals and things. I have to look into that a little bit more, but yeah, it's a good guy. So Biden, yeah, 51. Silver Fox. Oh, thank you, Ting Ting. So I'm getting a haircut 2 weeks. So about every 4 weeks it grows out. Like this grows fast. 51. I'll tell you though, I mean, there are a lot of aspects of being 51 that I like. One is like career wise, right? I'm at a, I've done a lot. So the books are out there, 20 years of teaching at the university level out there, 20 years of school administration, the PBS stuff. So that's all like stuff that I've done. And then I, my kids, they're old enough to the one is driving and the other they're to take care of their own stuff and things like that. Pick out their clothes, do their school stuff, and for me, like I don't feel there's not a lot of career pressure, right? Because I'm kind of beyond that point. And as I said, now the only thing I'm really thinking about seriously doing is getting back into consulting, because I think the economy is so horrible and inflation and just everything's unpredictable, and to be a hedge against this, which was the reason I expanded consulting greatly in 2020, because I have no idea like what was coming down the pipe. And I kind of feel that way now. Like I'm very much like, I don't know what the cost of things are going to be. And it just kind of feels like if you do have the opportunity to bring in some more money, like you should, I guess. So I don't know. if that makes any sense. But yeah. So, um, 14 degrees Fahrenheit here right now. Really, Billy? Holy smokes, man. That'll be a shocker when we get that around here. But the fact we're already a week into November, I'm feeling pretty good because, I mean, once you get to April in Wisconsin, even if you have a cold stretch, you know it's not going to be around real long. So, wow. Corey Slater, I don't remember feeling the landing when I got run over, Katie. You? Holy smokes. Wow. Yeah, I just shivered reading that, says Mrs. Wayne. Wow. World War Z with fast zombies. So, yeah, I wouldn't, I don't think I'd want to go back like into my 40s. I mean, maybe my 20s, right? And if I knew what I was, you always go and think like, oh, if I had the knowledge I had now, like going back into my 20s, I would have enjoyed my 20s much more. I studied a lot in my 20s and spent a lot of nights with study groups and flashcards, and everything was just so serious back then, and so now it's not that way. Like, just now it's pretty cool. And I got into biking later in life. So I have been thinking about starting another book, writing another book. And it really would need to be another school safety book, because School of Airs is the one that sells the most. They're both great books, but School of Airs is the one that ties in with the consulting, with the university courses, with PBS. And so if I'm doing another book, it makes sense to put it into that area. Now, with that said, the velocity of information is phenomenal. I'm glad I wrote this. This is a substantial career work. You'll love it. 12 interviews. But this is pretty much laminated to like the events of 2020. It's awesome, but there really isn't like a sequel to this book. And I also personally wanted to show that I had depth, and I also wanted to prove it to myself, because otherwise you kind of get pigeonholed as like the safety guy, which is okay. But I wanted to show that I could branch into some other related areas and do really well. So, but I've been thinking about a book, and I roughed it out, and I'd have to go back and kind of visit it, but it would be called School Safety in America, Rhetoric versus Reality, which is what my PBS presentation was called. And then I would go in and I would talk about like what school laws, like who's really in charge of school safety, and the fact that, it's mostly up to the states, and only one state requires schools to lock their doors, and kind of go through that. And then I would get into some of the areas like deep fakes. I would put a lot more time into deep fakes. And then I think I would get into areas like esports and trap shooting, as far as like increased extracurriculars, and how kids who are involved in extracurriculars have typically better attendance, fewer discipline episodes, things like that. So schools really have got to shift into what interests kids now to try to decrease some of the discipline stuff, if that makes sense. Like, we statistically, we know if more kids are involved in extracurriculars, it's less likely they're going to be involved in violent events, less likely. But, so I brought this up to my school administrators in class on Saturday. And I said, well, how many of you have trap shooting teams? And a couple said, well, I think we have one. So we went online and we would bring it up, and they'd be like, holy smokes. And there are 49 trap shooting teams in our state. There are 481 high schools. So, what about 10%? And then I said, what would you advocate? Would you advocate for this or not? And they're like, I don't know, the ones that had it or didn't have it. Because, right, wow, the instant question they come up with is, what are we going to do with the guns? Are the kids going to be bringing the guns to school? That'd be a problem. And they're like, well, there's places that have this, like they figured that out, right? They typically, the guns are transported directly to the range by an adult. They they don't make it to school property, and like if you're thinking that's a barrier, it's not. People figure that out. That's not going to be a big thing. But would you actually tell your school board to change policy so you can have this? And people get really nervous. Then they're like, I don't know if I would do that. And I said, well, what would you do? Would you go and visit one of these places that has, um, trap shooting? And would you, ask them, hey, tell us about the students. I'm going to move the camera there. Boom, there we go. Tell me about the students who participate in this. And are these kids who typically participate in esports or participate in other sports, or is like trap kind of the only thing? Like if you didn't have trap shooting, they wouldn't be participating in anything. So, but it was kind of telling because I could tell a number of people were like, I'm not sure I would be the one to rattle the cage on this, like to advocate for this. I'm like, well, but you kind of have to, right? Like if you know that this is good for kids and that this sport has been around for 10, 15 years and there hasn't been any act of violence with trap shooting, and also trap shooting has almost a 1-to-1 for adult to student like ratio when they're doing this. So but I don't know, you can always kind of you can see where people hit up against their comfort zones, and that's where I'm just like, you gotta get out of there. So Half Mile's saying, I had a new ER doc who wanted to specialize in cosmetic surgery, sew my nose back on way back then. Whoa. So this is yeah, let's see here. Ting Ting, the crazy one survive. So I got the Bojangles is down here. Too big to lift up. So you just aged yourself. Wow. So anyone read Myth by Robert Aspirin? So, Myth, the Myth series. Have not done that. So, it's a big cat down here. So maybe we can. Well, I can't take the things on a tripod. Otherwise, I could get it over here and show you guys the Bojangles down here. So it's a big cat. Chill out, buddy. Chill out. He is chilling out. So I do have the posted link if anybody wants to come in and say hi or have a birthday story to share. Go for it. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask. Any birthday related questions or any questions like what wisdom do you have there, old feller? So I'd be glad to try to do justice to that. So you get a little bit older too. So I stopped at the Asian Express after class in town. That's one thing, is when I'm done with the day and I'm drive back home and all that, I will grab supper at Asian Express, kind of like as a treat for the day. And I was waiting in line and I was dressed kind of like this, right? But I had dress pants on and stuff like that. And these younger people, probably like in their teens or 20s, go, "Oh, sir, you can go to the front of the line," or, where whatever. And I'm like, "Oh, all right." So I'm like, they were still kind of making up their mind, but it was sir, like, "Oh, sir." So yeah, I guess. Okay, so Half Mile's going to punch out, finish up a few chores and process. Happy birthday, Doc. We'll catch you later. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that very much. So yeah, look at this Zippy. He's talking about George Lucas. So wow. Unfortunately for Zippy, his writing projects are stalled. All right. So guys, Thursday night, by the way, 7 p.m. The Legal Man is going to be here. So that will be awesome. So yeah, this is cool. Never finished Wheel of Time. Too long, too much exposition. Diet does not add much to the story. So wow. All right. All right. So hang on, and let's do a short break here on the show. So I have to get this properly set up though. All right. Okay. All right. I will be back in a moment.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
And we are back. So that intermission compliments of our good friend Swamp Dog Armory. So thank you, Swampy. Look at this now. I'm moving all over the screen and I am back. I do love the ability to change the settings here for the camera. So yes, thank you, and thank you. So let's go back to the chat. The graphics are kind of all over here. So it is my birthday for another 1 hour, 30 minutes Central Time here. So 51 years old, believe it or not. Yes, Doc is 51. And so it's a birthday hat right there for Doc, and there. And so right here, just out of the shower. Jeez, just wait a second. I'm trying to. I got the safety cam here, and it was pumping out some audio. Here we go. Are we still on there? I think we are. All right. So I got to charge it. Just a second. I want to be able to get Bojangles if he comes back in here so you guys can just see everything that's going on there. So, yeah. Let's get over here. So, so I'm trying to. Anybody have any questions? So a few things. I say that and I immediately ask my own question, but a few appreciations. One is thank you for helping to get the 4,000 watch hours. Thank you for getting the show monetized, and for the super chats, the super stickers, for watching the previous shows. Now they've got the commercials. Which I'm sure is you're like, oh, great. They're just like every other YouTube channel with commercials, right? I get it. But that, it is cool. I feel like I've hit this milestone for the channel that the work that all of us have put in, and all of these episodes, I think we're in a really good place now. Like we've got three guests coming on. So yeah, I really like where we're at. So let me kind of check some things out over here. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. So we're pretty static on our subscriptions, but if you have different channels or people or whatever, if you're new here, like please subscribe. Like that would be super awesome. And then yeah, we are doing great here. So boy, appreciate that. And so thank you for the super chats. Thank you to Chad Elkins. So and to Pokesabab, Mike McClune, to Bacon. So that is awesome. So appreciate that. So thank you very much. Yeah. Wow. So now I'm like getting to see all this for the first time. Like that is just really, really cool. So, oh my God. Wow. Okay. Let's get out of that. Okay. Any questions? Anybody want to come in the back, tell a story here? So yeah, what is your greatest achievement? Okay, here is Uke. What is your greatest achievement in your 51 years, Doc? Oh my God. Well, right. If you don't say family in that, you're probably going to be in trouble. So, right. I mean, so if we were to say, if we were to clarify that question, and to say, what is your greatest achievement, in addition to your family? I think it would be the books. Yeah, definitely the books would be the greatest achievement because, especially the velocity of information. I mean, this was thousands of hours. I mean, all of the interviews, 471 endnotes, and and the fact that this was for me, right? Well, I was doing it under a publishing contract, but I mean, it was a massive kind of discovery of just what you're capable of individually, and to actually see it in print and that first box arrive. I see Ron Wayne. Ron, I'm going to bring you in just a second. To see that happen, to hold those books for the first time was really phenomenal, and to people see it in libraries, stuff like that. So I think that was it, because I think that's really rare, right? I don't know anyone well, I shouldn't say that, but I know a couple of people have published, but it's pretty rare to publish, especially on something like that that's So yeah, and we have a guest here on the show, everybody. We have Ron Wayne from the TV show. Ron, by the way, is running for school board. So if you want to vote for him tomorrow, it's probably he's already nailed it with the mail-in votes. But how are you, Ron Wayne?
Doing good, doing good. Happy birthday, Doc. From my channel to yours, happy birthday.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. So yeah, so check out Ron Wayne. Someone can post the link. But so Ron, how are things going for you on this November 7th? How have you been celebrating my birthday in Kentucky?
Well, we thought about you. I have to say that, but yeah, I've not heard from the Kentucky Batman, but I'm sure he wishes you a good one.
He probably does. Kentucky Batman doesn't make a lot of public appearances, but yeah, probably has it on a calendar. Probably came up on his phone today, and he's like, "Hey."
Well, you know it.
So, yeah, that's cool. So, so do you have any like memorable birthday story, or like, that stands out for you? You're like, my best birthday was whatever.
I don't know. I'd have to say when I was about 15 or so, the majority of my whole family came in from other states and stuff, and that was probably the best birthday I ever had. I would have to say.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Question right back at you. What is your most memorable birthday ever?
I think it'd be when I turned 21. And it was just my parents took me out to like a formal restaurant in the town over, and I could have a beer for the first time. But it was kind of like the first adult going out with your parents type thing.
Yeah.
So I do remember that, and actually I don't remember a lot of my other birthdays. Like I remember when I turned 40, like when I was at work, like they made a big thing. You walk in and they have like the footprints and stuff like that. But I mean, 40 wasn't a real big. I have a lot of pictures from it, but it wasn't a real big thing. But
did they do black balloons for your 40?
I think they did.
Mine was. Yeah.
Yeah. I look back and I'm like 40. I mean, there wasn't a big change from 40.
Yeah.
Hitting that, be like, yeah, 50, maybe, but yeah, no, it's 21. And then I remember when I was in college that I had to be maybe 18 or 19, freshman or sophomore. My friend Craig on my birthday it was a Wednesday. He took me to Burger King because they had Whoppers for $1. And he's like, I got lunches on me today. Yeah. So we left campus and we went over to Burger King and got $1 Whoppers, which is what they were. Whoppers were only $1 on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
And I was like, that was awesome, man. You get a thing of fries, and you'd lift the bun up and you put the fries in there and you top the burger, and like, holy smokes. That was a hell of a gift, man. That was
he thought about you though,
He was a good guy. He had he had some old Volkswagen, and the front fender fell off on it. Oh God, I forget what the model of it was. And it's such bad shape. It was all rust out, Wisconsin. And we're driving along and literally the fender falls right off of it. And he runs it over. And
oh my gosh.
We had to pull over to the side of the road, and then he picked it up. And I don't know if he put it was kind of like a Smokey the Bandit. Remember that? When they had the car the door got busted off there, and then Beef for Tea Justice. But then he put it in the I don't know if he put it in the trunk or he put it in the back seat. And then like a day later, it was like, I don't know if it was welded on or if it was riveted back on his car. It was just horrible. There was in winter, right, in Wisconsin, he didn't have a working defroster. So you'd have the little ice scraper inside the car. And then, how in the hell did he do it? He had like antifreeze and a rag, so you could like wipe down the windshield, which would.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
It was wow. Back then, that was kind of a cool thing. when you're young like that, you don't think of it as a danger. You think of
No,
it as,
no. Well, there was a guy I went to school with, and his windshield wiper motor was broke in his truck, so he had tied shoelaces from one side to the other
oh,
in through the windows, and the passenger, whoever sat there, would have to rock their arms back and forth to get the windshield wipers to work. It was hilarious.
oh
But
my
he
God.
made
No,
it
that is
happen.
awesome.
Yeah.
That now, I mean, that is an awesome story. Holy smokes. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Doc.
Oh my goodness. I think it is Misty, Mrs. Wayne. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I had to jump in and at least say happy birthday. I had to
Thank
steal it
you.
away from him for a second.
Yeah.
That
Thank
and
you.
you said he wanted to hear me talk, so I figured I'd get on here and give him a good laugh too.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Misty, Mrs. Wayne, and Ron Wayne.
Well, our southern accent ain't that bad, is it? I mean,
It is, but it is not as pronounced. And by the way, it's awesome. I think I love Southern accent. And yeah, if I don't know, I would love to, be somewhere where I could hear that more often because
yeah.
I'm just kind of used to like a Wisconsin accent. One of my students this weekend has a real like pronounced Wisconsin accent where I was like, what? I was even asked, like, what did you say?
Yeah.
Like there were two Utes at the high school and they got in trouble. Like, two Utes? What are we doing? Is this Marissa Tomei here? Is this my cousin Vinny? I'm like, what?
Yeah,
what
really? Yeah,
Man.
that's one of my favorite movies, by the way. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, so I blocked off for my students. I said, you have 15 minutes to do a presentation, and they could pick from these different legal case studies.
Mhm.
And I'll tell you, there wasn't one that took more than 5 minutes. So I'm like, how do you not take your full 15 minutes to do a legal presentation? And so it threw off the whole schedule because I blocked out that there would be 4 in an hour. In like the first hour, we were like got 7 of them done. So I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
So I had to quickly like shift gears and like throw something in that I wasn't going to cover that day, like throw in an extra case study or something. But I'm like, whoa, I was just not ready for that. Like I just threw me. I was like, man, this is yeah. And then it was kind of interesting because we had a wind advisory and so it was really windy outside and stuff like that. But one of my students was convinced there was a snowstorm moving in. And she's like, can we get out of here before the storm hits? I'm like, what storm? It's 65 degrees outside. I'm like, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but what are you talking about? Like I brought the radar up on my phone. There's some rain coming in.
Yeah.
But it's I'm like, it's not, of course it didn't snow. It never got cold, but I'm like, where are you getting this? And don't tell other people that because then they're going to be nervous because they've got to drive
Yeah,
home.
really. Yeah.
And I'm like, if it was close, I would definitely, tell everybody like pack it up and go.
Well, I mean, maybe he was just trying to spread a dirty rumor to have classes canceled or something,
I think to kind of like, see if we could get out of class a little bit early. But I'm like, don't tell people that. Literally, I'm like, it's 65 degrees outside. And like the whole week before it was 70. I'm like, even if it snowed, like nothing's going to stick. But I mean, I'm just, wow. So it's cool. Yeah, it was. I parked in the middle of the parking lot because there's trees all around, and I was like, yeah, if there's gonna be high winds, which it was windy, but it wasn't like super windy.
Right.
I don't want a tree to fall down on my car. So, but that was all overblown. Everything they were like on the news too. This lawn chairs flying around, that never happened. But So anyway, like, man, how's the weather by you today?
Oh, it's been really great actually. It's a little breezy, but it's not bad. We've been blessed because this fall has been just perfect here. I mean, yeah, we were getting some rain off and on, but just these 60s and 70s, this is
We've actually had a
amazing. Yeah. Yeah. And the trees this year here have been at the peak of beautiful, just more than they've been in the last 4 or 5 years.
That is really cool. We had good colors this year. I would say, for the trees. And also, my neighbor was talking about this. We were outside, and he's like, did you notice that the leaves kind of all fell off in 2 days? And I said, yeah, kind of a weird thing, because we had a couple cold nights and then it warmed up, and so like the leaves fell off, but when you're cleaning up the leaves, it's like 70 degrees and sunny. So it's nice to be outside, because usually in Wisconsin, when you're cleaning up the leaves, it's, like 30 degrees and chilly and icky and damp. And so yeah, we've really had a good
I'm sorry, I just saw what Corey Slater just
Corey. What is Corey? Not the Batman we need, but the one we can afford. Oh my God.
I'm
Corey,
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was
no, that is hilarious. Corey, that is hilarious.
I'm still laughing at what Mike said.
Oh my God. That is good. You've got to do the you've got to run with the Kentucky Batman.
Yeah, I need to find a cowl, a Batman cowl. Yeah, and I'll change my name and jump on here.
I tried to find one. It didn't work though.
Yeah.
As the Kentucky Batman.
Yeah, I would do it for you guys. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is crazy. So yeah, no, it was a good birthday, and I don't know if you ever had this feeling, but I never kind of dreaded a birthday. Maybe turning 30 was kind of a big thing, like psychologically, but like 40 and 50 wasn't. And
right.
I don't really. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I've always been that way. It's like, how do you feel now that you're X age? And like, I don't really feel any different. I mean, physically, yeah, we all kind of have our little pains and stuff, but it's just not. It's another day, another year.
Yeah. No, I felt the exact same way. And so I shared this picture. I'll bring it up again. I shared this at the start of class, at the start of the show, but this was from the class I taught Saturday. It's not a class, right?
Yeah, we're in your class. You're the prof. Yeah, go ahead.
God. So right there, that is that's the screen in this. It's a square. So everything you bring up on it. So it's kind of like driving. Like there's this when I'm assigned to this specific classroom, it's like driving on the left-hand side of the road for me. I can never like kind of figure it out, and it's just
right.
I'm not used to teaching where I'm facing this direction, and
yeah. I don't know about everybody else, but I find that very bizarre that screen is a perfect square.
Right. I measured it. I was like, what? And the thing is, like, nothing comes up right on it. Not a website, not a PowerPoint. So I'm sitting there, and in everything I do, I have to think through it like an extra step, because I'm like, this is usually the other, and
yeah.
People come up and they do presentations, and then part of it's cut off on the screen, and I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you.
Right, I can imagine. I would say that would be a hindrance in a lot of things.
It
leaves you asking questions, like who or what and why.
The building is beautiful. So this building was built in, I think, 1880, and you can kind of see, and this is one of the rooms that probably isn't as high tech. Like the other rooms I teach in are super high tech, or they have one side has all slate boards and the other side has like a real big command center and big screen. But like when I'm in this room, I feel like, I'm just, and then there's remote controls on the right for the different things. And you got to know how to turn on the overhead. I feel like I'm behind. I'm like an underdog coming into this. Like Las Vegas, the Sands, the Sands and MGM Grand, they have me at like -12 coming in that I'm going to teach this class successfully. They're like, the odds are against Doc. Like, just, you've got to bet, $5,000 to get, $6,000 back. Doc's going to wipe out in this class. And I'm just, the whole room just has a weird feel. And then you get in the hallway, and even like trying to like find everything else, like the water fountains, the bathrooms, and it's not lit up. on the weekends. So the whole thing is just like a maze for me. It's like a bizarro world, and I'm just like, look for me if I don't come back in 10 minutes. I'm here.
Yeah, it really is. It's just different. Now, are all the monitors perfect squares like that in the whole building?
No, they're not.
I'm not.
This is it. I'm telling you. Like,
did they get a discount special or something? What was?
And get this, part of this building has a state-of-the-art, super high-tech gaming center where their esports team at the university competes. And this thing has massive screens and stadium seating, and it's just incredible. And this room is just, I think it's like one room they haven't gotten to yet to do updates. And so, not to complain, because I enjoy it, but it's really a struggle for me to
I'd imagine
to kind of get on, and then this one also seems to go and log me off if I haven't been active for like 3 minutes. So it doesn't just go to like the screen where it'll be a screensaver.
Oh, wow.
And you just move the mouse and it comes back. It'll actually kick you out. So as I said, I think next year, Ron, I'm actually going to request that I not have this room. I don't know if that seems like a bold move. I don't know if the university would be, how they would take that, if they'd be like, well, come on. And I honestly, I just think I'm going to say, like, I know other rooms are open. Please. I'm just not good enough to I'm not good enough to make it work anymore in this room.
Yeah. Just leaves you scratching your head,
It has like one outlet, so then you have to they snake like a cord out and like then power strips so students can plug their things. Like I said, the university's beautiful, it's terrific, but this is an older room that has not kind of received the updates that the others have. So.
Right, I guess, yeah. that's wild.
Yeah, I don't know, Ron. This is some scary stuff. As we look in here, there's this thing down below here. You have to so here it is. You have to know the PC, the Elmo, the laptop, or the auxiliary. So like right there, if one of those gets messed up, I'm done, man.
Oh my gosh. I
got nothing going for me at that. So I see Coop is in the back. Let's see if we can bring our friend Coop in here. So yeah, here it was 3:39 to 11:05. That will be a moment that will live in infamy right there. I don't know what the pencil's for. That's not mine. And here's like a router that comes out of here, but and then I said it's just I don't have the mojo for it. It's just not me. But it's Coop.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I couldn't find a pink top, man. I was trying to, couldn't find it. My wife didn't wear pink. You know how it goes.
Holy smokes.
Wow. How's it going, Doc? Ron, what's happening, brother?
What's up, Coop?
Hey.
Same old same, man. Hey, Misty
Coop.
Wayne.
You better be saying hi to me.
Hey, all I gotta say, you keeping that pimp hand strong?
You know I am.
There you go.
There goes your stream, Doc.
You know, anytime you let me in here, it's going to hell in a handbag. I'm just saying.
Oh my goodness. So I'm going to quickly cash out those super chats before.
Yeah. You might as well get them. What's Steve Miller? Take the money and run.
Right.
Yeah, lock them down while you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So Doc, man, I know you said a lot tonight, brother, but how you doing? How's the day been?
It's been good. I mean, so nothing really tremendously planned for the day, right? You know, at this age, my kids got their sports going at night and the other stuff. So we kind of celebrated last night with my daughter made a birthday cake and, stuff. But the weather was nice here. So 51 and sunny and it felt warm. I know like some of you would be like 51, but 51 was kind of warm.
That's not bad.
No, 51 is beautiful.
It's still bad here right now.
It's been nice 70s and 80s here. I mean, it's been beautiful weather, but it's deer season. I should be wearing like thick clothes and I'm walking around in t-shirts and
right.
You know,
Right.
which
Yeah,
I mean, we've had these years before, so it ain't no big deal.
I should be burning firewood right now,
Yeah.
and I'm not. I mean, so I've looked at, and I'm in good shape. If we hit a cold stretch, even if we're like 20, 30 below for a week or two, easily
That's
got
awesome.
that covered. But
Well, good deal.
no, I've been looking forward to the show, and also Thursday the legal man comes on the show. You guys are gonna love that.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
that guy's lit. U.S. Law
Yeah.
Review. And then we've got some other guests coming on, and keep working more guests to get you guys on the show. And but no, I feel good. I had to take my my SUV in today because I got a thing that the anti-lock brakes needed to be serviced, but it's still under warranty, and it was just a software update. So I don't know. I took it in dealerships like nothing's wrong. Here's a software thing, and
Yeah, cars are computers these days, man.
oh God! And I'll tell you, I think I was sharing before. Like everybody was sick who was in the waiting area for their cars, or
Oh, no.
the waiting room. I guess and everybody was sick as hell. And I'm like, Jesus, like how am I the only not sick person in here? Like I didn't know this was going on. Everybody was sick.
I'll loan you a 3-year-old, and whenever they get sick, which you know how it is, whenever they get sick, they have to share. So it's like sinus stuff's been going around the house, and I'm finally getting over it. My daughter still got it. My son, he's cool as shit. He's like, I'm 3, I get over shit fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sharing that when I was younger, when I was high school and college age, I got sick in winter all the time. Like just colds, and I had pneumonia, and I mean not anything like deathly sick, but like just sick. And I don't get that anymore. Like the older I get, like it's very, very rare to get sick. So I'm like looking back and saying, God, like I remember, just that just sucked, because winter always meant getting sick because everyone around you was sick.
Yeah.
But you look to dread it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just like, God, I'm so glad. Like I'm just not dealing with that anymore. I didn't think about it until kind of today, but like, oh God, it sucked.
I'm serious. I'll loan you a 3-year-old. They're like little Ebola carrying monkeys, man.
I've had 3-year-olds say, yeah, I know. I gotcha. I know.
They like sneeze and the snot just pours out, and you got to wipe it off, and you can't get it off everything. You can tackle the wall with it.
Yeah. I think Doc's like me. We didn't pay our dues in that area. They grew up, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm the dumbass who waited till he was like 37 to have kids, so I'm a little bit behind here. 45, got a 3-year-old.
We all mess up, don't we?
Oh well, it definitely wasn't a mess
That didn't
up.
sound right. Sorry about that.
No, it definitely wasn't a mess up, because if I had done it earlier with my affinity for crazy women, it probably wouldn't have been good.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, I've said it plenty of times. You could fill up a room with 99 sane women and one crazy woman. And if you've ever watched a bird dog work on like a quail or something, and they're like going through, and all of a sudden they lock up on point, that's me. You think I'd learn, but no.
Oh my God.
Well, Ron found the one crazy woman in his life and married her.
Well, see, that's the thing. You have to find the crazy that can put up with you, and you can put up with them.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance.
That's a balance. You got to get the scales right. A little bit of lithium, a little bit of value, maybe some other stuff in there. Doc's like, why do I do this to myself?
Wait a minute. Coop's on here. I got to say this. Coop, you did awesome on the sign. That blew my mind. Dude,
I got to finish up. Yeah, I got to finish up 1 or 2 things on it, and hopefully it'll be in the mail this week. I emailed Doc earlier when I got some stuff done, and I was like, dude, I'm running a little slow, so forgive me, because there's just other things going on. But
that was it's amazing.
It is.
That thing turned out slick. When I put it in my office and set it up and turned the lights out, it was like, damn, that does look good.
So how does that remote work then?
Just like any other, which these are programmable remotes, which you could get it to do a ton more stuff than what it's doing now. but I
Okay.
haven't looked into the programming. You can look it up, but I haven't looked into the programming.
Okay.
But you could get it to turn red, blue, green. I was trying to get it to do kind of like a police feel, like the blue and stuff,
Right.
which
Right.
is which what I finally got it to do,
Yeah.
which kind of reminds me on the video. But you're the safety doc. I mean, you need a little bit of light there. That hey, stop, caution, all that.
Yeah.
I mean, and then how does it mount?
That one, it's going to be a simple, almost like you're hanging a picture. So
Okay.
it'll have a wire on the back that goes from one stud to another.
Okay.
And all you got to do is put up a hook like you do for a picture and
Wow.
pop it on the wall.
Wow.
It's just
Yeah.
the I can't remember what it's called. It's basically the receiving unit is a little bit thicker than what I wanted. So I might have to mount that a little bit different so it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb.
Okay.
And then I'm going to leave it. You deal with the wiring. Just hide it, duct tape. Just like duct tape up the wall and then hide the wiring.
Well, actually, I mean, so behind me, I have the natural seams in the paneling, right? So it should be really. I'm thinking it's going to be really easy to go just right down one of the seams.
Your seams are black, right, Doc?
Right.
Yeah, it really should. Well, that's the thing that kills me. The units that I got, the receiver unit, like for the remote, which is also the power converter, is white, and it drives me crazy. But those were the ones that they had when I got them. But I'm gonna try to mount that behind the cut, so you shouldn't see that, and then you'll just have a black wire coming down to go to a plug.
So are the wires black or white?
The unit itself, like the receiving unit's white. It's like a little box. And I'm going to try to get that to fit behind the cut. So the power wire itself that you plug in is all going to be black.
Okay.
I'm going to try to work it that way. If not, we'll figure something out. But,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could actually just, if the wire's white, just paint it black with the.
Yeah, I could just rattle can the shit out of it and call it a day.
I mean, if it's going down a black seam, I don't think it would be noticeable. But, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm going to try to hide it as best I can. Yeah. Doc's a smart dude.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's gonna be awesome to have that back there. So, wow.
It should look pretty damn slick, Doc. You should be really happy with it when you get it. If not, just do a whole video trashing me and we'll get over
it. Oh my God. I did a video on my other channel, my university channel, a couple of years ago, where I was doing American Giant sweatshirt review, and it's got like thousands of views. But of course, it's on my other YouTube channel, which isn't monetized, and I should have never put it on. It's okay, like it's not an inappropriate video, but here you're like university lecture guy doing a video about a sweatshirt. And then, there's reviews and stuff. I'm like, I just put it in the wrong place, but now it's too late. Like it has to stay there. It's been up there for a couple of years.
Well, don't leave it hanging. Don't leave it hanging. Were the sweatshirts any good?
Yeah, they were. Like I ordered these American Giant zip hoodies, and I still have both of them. And man, they're the best damn things. So I wear them all the time in winter, all the time. Yeah. And
mysterious lightning window. Check.
It's okay, baby. I promise.
Good night, Mike McClune.
Go down. It's okay.
Mike, hey buddy, thank you.
Mike, I gotta say something to you, Mike. Bless your heart.
Yeah, absolutely.
He said he wanted to hear me say it.
Yeah, it's never a good thing when a woman with a southern accent says "bless your heart."
Bless your heart.
That's kind of scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're usually being a smart aleck.
Yeah, that normally means bless your heart. You need to be riding a little yellow school bus, and where's your crash helmet at?
Oh my gosh.
Pretty much.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
No, hey, look, it could be worse. You could be wearing the crash helmet that has a face mask on it so you can't lick the window on the bus.
Wow.
Or you get the one with a tiny hole so you can't put the crayons through it. That way, you make sure they don't eat all the crayons.
Well, okay. One more question, and I'll let you be, Doc. Okay. What was the best birthday gift you ever received, or the most memorable, or is it
Oh,
just? It may be too difficult of a question.
best birthday gift. Um, ooh,
Should we throw on Jeopardy music like throw 'em on a clock?
boy, oh boy, I
It's
I don't
it's
know
a,
if I really remember birthday gifts. I mean, so last year my wife makes piñatas for like family events or like birthdays. Well, that's what
Yeah.
but they're really good. I mean, they're like unbelievable. So you could say like, and so last year she made me Beavis from Beavis and Butthead, and the year before was Mr. Meeseeks from Rick and Morty.
oh, that's
And
awesome! Wow.
That is beautiful.
these things, I mean, they look like they're professionally made, right? Because she'll take a cardboard and spend time. And she made a Spider-Man one that's upstairs for like one of our relatives. He's turning like 4. He's having a birthday.
Wow.
And but so yeah, like getting the and then there was one Camp Kiki Waka, which was this funny Disney show, but my youngest daughter
Oh
was
gosh,
always
yeah.
watching Camp Kiki
Yeah.
Waka. And then so I'm like, I want a Kiki Waka. So my kids came in a couple of years ago on my birthday, and my daughter was playing Kiki Waka on her phone, the song Camp Kiki Waka, and then they had the cake and then this pinata of the Kiki Waka logo. And
Yeah.
so I mean those were cool. Now I remember, I think like my best Christmas gift, a little bit after my birthday, was back when I got my Intellivision back in like 1980 or 81, the video
Mhm.
game Intellivision. Because then my brothers and I stayed up all night playing like basketball and television basketball.
Yeah.
That was just awesome. But yeah, it's been kind of these. We didn't do anything really this year as a theme for it, but yeah, last year the Beavis from Beavis and Butthead.
That's really
Uh,
cool.
That is cool as hell.
I loved. I mean, in college, like Beavis and Butthead were on all the time. Like we'd be watching
Oh,
Beavis.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I remember they started out on what, MTV.
Oh
Yes.
Oh God, man, they still had the Headbangers Ball back then.
Yeah, I think and both you guys probably know this because I shared it on previous show, but I watched MTV the moment it was live.
Yeah.
So I was out at my friend Kyle Kurzweil's house and out in the country, and they had a satellite dish, and his sister Nan, who was this punk rocking like freshman or sophomore in high school, she was fun, but that was her thing. And she was like, hey, like watch this because this new channel is going to be live. And boom, we were down there. I wasn't really into it, neither was Kyle, but we're watching it. And then Lyle, then they did Radio Love or Radio Kill
Video
Kill
loves
the Radio
radio stuff. Yeah.
by the Bugles, right? And then that was the first and then after that, really good after that. And then I'd be over there and they'd have these different games. Beat the Bishop. You'd have a question, then someone dressed as a bishop would run around the audience and you solve it before they got back. Yeah, it was kind of cool stuff. But yeah, that was that was that was neat. I remember one time we were out at Lyle's place, and we were going to shoot. What the hell was it? I'd have to think back. It was in high school. I went out there with my friend Jeff, and we were going to shoot rocks up at his silo or something, or I don't know. Anyway, the window was still up on the Cutlass Supreme that my friend Jeff had. So he's there with the slingshot. He takes out the window from the inside.
Oh gosh.
So, I remember another time we were speeding around the country and we had our windows down, and my friend Leon had a Ford Cordoba, I think, and the radar detector slid off the dash and came out of the plug and went right out the window. And we all
no.
I have to ask this, Doc. Do you remember what song you guys were listening to while you were jamming out and the fuzz buster went out the window?
do. It was Eastbound and Down from Smoking the Bandit
soundtrack.
Yep. Jerry Reed, Eastbound and Down.
Oh, wow.
Because Eastbound and Down, and I remember, and it was a slow motion, and then he's like, grab and then went over, and it was already gone, it was out the window.
Did you
And
get to retrieve it? Did you find it, or was it
I
long
think we
gone?
looked for it, and I don't know if we found that. He also lost the K40 whip antenna on his car, but we found that. Ironically, we found that on like it could have been anywhere on this 10-mile stretch of highway. So we were like driving up and down with a deer
Yeah.
shining light and shining it toward and we found it like where it came off, which was really strange. We found that and we didn't find where the fuzzbuster.
Wow.
It was but I remember, yeah, that it was a Whistler fuzzbuster, and I just that's that slow motion thing, and then that kind of and so we have this next to where I live. We have Rib Mountain, which is the second highest mountain in our state, and we were up on top of it. And one of the things you do is you go to the top of it and you drive down as fast as you can. So, I mean, it's crazy stuff, right? But so you get to the top and you try to drive down like at 80, 90, 100 miles an hour down this hill, literally down this hill. And so we're doing that. And my friend Jeff is in the back. I'm in the passenger seat. Leon is driving and we're flying down this hill. And my friend Jeff opens up the back door and slams it. And then I go, holy shit. I'm like, Jeff just fell out. And Jeff like scoots down behind the seat and Leah's like, oh my God, slams the brakes on, and it's just like, and then I'm like, and he's just terrified. I'm like, dude, he fell out. So he doesn't think to look in the back seat or anything. So he's just like, oh my God. And I'm like, we got to go back and look for him. And he's just like, just terrified. And then suddenly like Jeff pops up. But I'm like,
I would just like to say to the class, this is the safety doc doing this, running down the hill 100 miles an hour. Doc, that's not safe.
So it gets stranger, Coops. So we would drag race on Grand Avenue, and I was with my friend Jeff and his Cutlass, and he hit another car and flipped the Cutlass, and so we're upside down and skidding along, and all the lights. I remember all the lights came on inside the vehicle, like all the dash and everything, and we came to a stop, and we're both upside down in our seatbelts, and I'm just like, holy smokes. And we were
that
okay.
That is not what Doc said.
And this other guy,
I would doubt it. Yeah.
The thing was,
that is highly suspect that Doc said, holy smokes, at that
This
point.
was like, what, 30 years ago. And the other guy actually was at fault because he ran a stop sign and T-boned Jeff. But so we got to, I don't know if it was the police station or there was no ambulance call. We were okay. I don't know if we were able to get ourselves out. Or I don't remember all that. I just remember, though, like Jeff's dad met us somewhere, and then like they just said, yeah, the car's totaled. Like you can't do anything with the car, it's like destroyed. But we were okay.
When you turn them upside down, they're
oh my God,
we old Cutlass.
We used to go on the we used to go on the airport runway and drive as fast as we could down the runway too. That was kind of a thing, man. Oh my God.
If you can imagine John Wick where he's like turning the Mustang around on the runway, can you imagine Doc doing that?
That Pontiac Bonneville, that Pontiac swinging it back into the Pontiac rear wheel Pontiac Bonneville, man, I could. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the humongous Bonneville?
A 1984 Bonneville, so a big one.
Yeah, that was the long one.
And that thing, I would just, oh my God, like that was just awesome. And I'll tell you one of the saddest things. I remember coming home from high school. And it was before I got my Duster, and my show.
Doc was a wild man.
Yeah, there was when I was 16, I think when I was 16, my parents did a trip to Europe, and this wasn't like I didn't live in any like highfalutin household, and parents are going off to Europe, but like this was a trip they did with like a group of people, and how those things go. And my brother, who was 10 years older, still is 10 years older, but I mean, at the time, so I was like, 16, and he lived in the next city over, he's in 20s, and they're like, okay, he'll stop in and check on you. My grandma and grandpa lived in town, and I was 16, whatever, and they're like, and as soon as my parents left, my brother said, yeah, if you need to get a hold of me, that was before cell phones, like just call, I'm out of here, I'm not staying here. So he like took off, and so I just like I partied the whole time, and I would get in, like 2, 3 in the morning, and my friends were staying over, and so the cars were out there in the garage, and yeah, it was crazy. We'd go up to that same mountain at like midnight, Rib Mountain, and we'd go up on this big fire lookout tower, like 1 in the morning, but it was wild, man. Yeah, we did some wild and crazy
Well,
stuff.
that's the way it was being younger. I mean, you have no fear, like you do when you get older at all. So
If I think about that, like I would be freaked out if my daughters were.
God, man, yeah, I'd be completely freaked out if my kids did half shit I did.
Just thinking of those things, then that kind of tamed down after a while, like that Fast and the Furious stuff. But I mean, for a while it was, oh my God, it was there. Yeah,
I was a wild man.
I helped my grandfather build. He had a 1-car garage, and he built it out to a 2-car garage. And it was a summer my parents were gone for that stretch, and so I'm up there and I'm helping him during the day, and that was hilarious, right? Because he just a sense of humor, and drop something, he'd curse, and it's so funny. Just great guy. He's a great guy. I remember we're building this, and then the city stopped in, right? Someone from the city, and I'm like, 16 at the time, and apparently he built it without a permit, and he built over a gas line. And I remember that he had to pay to have the gas line rerouted, and then basically the gas line he built over, it was no longer than, they bypassed it, but he had to pay for that, or else he had to have the building taken down. But I remember when they came up there, and then he was like, no, this is where it's marked. And he didn't have any Diggers Hotline come up there. Right. So, and
there wasn't a Diggers Hotline back then.
Really?
I'm just like, this is a bad deal here. Like, right, Grandpa? Like, are we in trouble? And he's like, don't worry about it. But yeah, he had to pay to get that. The power.
His grandpa was like, "Efton, somebody, I'm going to put my where I want it to."
It was, that was one of the, and I drank so much Coca-Cola that summer. I wasn't, I was a skinny kid, 160 pounds, right, and whatever. And I bring like a 12-pack of Coca-Cola in a chest and I'd have it down by like noon. I was just Coca-Cola like crazy. And then you get this really weird, like when you drink that much soda, it does something to you. Like it just makes you really bizarre. And I remember like I was kind of these weird soda effect.
He was on a sugar buzz.
When I was, guys, you probably remember this, right? When I was in Little League, we had players, Little League, 11, 12, and we had players who would smoke in the dugout. And there was one of my teammates, Dan.
I got busted smoking when I was 13.
It was totally permitted, and the dugouts were made of concrete, and then I remember, and part of it though, I think after a while they said go in back of the dugout and smoke, so we don't have like smoke in the dugout and other stuff. But like I had classmates who'd be smoking between innings, like it was like the Bad News Bears. I remember it very.
Look at the difference though in between people from, say, you just turned 51, right? All right, I'm 45 and fixing to turn 46. Ron, I'm not going to ask.
I'm a year behind you, Coop.
Yeah, you might have Miss Wayne slap you in the back of the head just for answering.
No, I'm the one you better not ask who.
Oh hell no, I ain't asking you. You got my address on the package I mailed you.
Wow.
I don't want to make y'all jealous of my age,
It was a different time though. I mean, and now granted, I got busted for a lot of stuff, for smoking or whatever when I was younger, when I was in school. But we were the ones you were out all day until the street lights came on. You were the ones who were out doing, riding a bicycle, no helmet. You crashed it, you shook it off. It was like, okay, nothing's broke. Okay, did I ruin my pants? Because mom's going to kill me if I ruin my pants. Well, your arm could be hanging off, and you're like, did I rip my blue jeans?
Right.
Yeah, but that was the way we grew up.
Well, it was a different world too, Coop. Yeah, and I think all three of us probably were in that same group where we didn't really stay inside much. When we got home from school, we were outside the whole time until way after dark.
And you came in when the street lights came on.
Give or take, yeah.
Did I ever tell you guys about the Ghostbusters bike that I made?
No, I don't think
Okay.
you've ever told that one.
So there's a picture of it somewhere at my parents' house. So what I did, so when the movie Ghostbusters came out, 84, so I'd been 13, is I took my 10-speed bike and took it downstairs into my dad's shop, and I started to basically convert it into a Ghostbusters bike. I went to the JC Whitney catalog and I ordered red lights, a CB radio.
Wow.
And I don't know what else, and a battery. And then I also had chargers that went on the tires. So, and I wired everything together myself, and I had toggle switches, and I had a big control panel in front, and I had the CB, and it worked. And I had to go to the post office because I never told my parents like I was kind of doing this stuff. So I went to the post office with my own money, right? And I got a postal mail order to JC Whitney, and then suddenly, like a box shows up, it's got like 2 red lights in it and CB radio, and what's that all for? Like, don't worry about it. So I'm downstairs and I built up this big metal frame to come off the front of the bike to support the stuff. And then in the back, I also put like 2 milk crates, and I kind of like counterweighted so the bike was somewhat stable. And then it was awesome though, because I could flip the switches on and have the red strobe lights go. I mean, this is back in 84, and I took it up to the ball game.
Yeah, you have to find a picture of that.
Oh my God.
To show that off.
I took it up to
is beautiful.
It was amazing. I took it up to and it was heavier than hell, but I took it up to the baseball diamond, and people were just gathered around it, right? And I did like a proton pack out of like drain tile, like heavy black drain tile. So I cut it, and then I had like a black garden hose, and then I took a piece of conduit pipe, and I made like the wand, and I mean it looked pretty damn cool. And I had it all melted.
You went all out. That's really cool.
That was awesome.
Sounds like he beat you.
Yeah.
Taking out a bike.
Yeah, dude, all I ever did was put playing cards in my spokes.
Well, my thing, I painted my bicycle black because it was Knight Rider. It was Kit.
Oh hell yeah.
Yes.
So I had the bike, and I don't know if you guys remember the old so you could have lights on a bike and flip, and it would go on your wheel, and it would basicly be like an alternator.
Right, a little generator. Yeah.
So I had multiple generators that would run they would run the headlights, and what the hell else did I have them hook up to? Because the lights ran off of batteries, because I needed a big battery because I couldn't generate enough power to run the red lights, which would actually be on top of like a police car, right? So but anyway, I had the generators like all on the bikes. So we lived on a hill. Well, the city was built on a hill. We didn't live on a hill, but the city's built on a hill. So I went to the top of the hill, Main Street. My friends are like stationed at different parts, and I'm like, I'm going to come down and try to generate enough power to get everything to be going. It's before you had cameras and all that stuff, So 84, and I'm coming down, and this actually happened. The bike wasn't grounded, so the power was all working through the metal frames. So like, the handlebars were all metal. They weren't wrapped with anything. So suddenly I'm getting shocked. Like the current is coming through me.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, oh no. Like
this was while you were coming down the hill, right?
I'm coming down the hill, and suddenly
the method on those generators, the faster you went, because I remember those, the more connectivity they created.
So you can imagine there's probably like 8 generators going, and so the generators are spinning, right? And this whole thing, and suddenly, so it gets to be a big problem, because like I can't really hold on to the bike, and then I'm picking up speed. And if I go a block further, then there's a bridge which is like 100 yards long, this big metal bridge. I could collide into the bridge. I could fly off either side down into the big river, and I started to lose the bike. I started to lose control of the bike as it's going down, and
all while getting shocked.
And I wiped it out. Right, there was a grocery store called George's Market, and I put the bike sideways. I start to lose it, and then the bike kind of just slid with me and sparks and everything, and then it slammed into the side of George's, and there's glass everywhere, like the lights shattered.
I'm gonna die.
And the whole,
Now
thing
this,
is, the whole bike is
this
destroyed.
was the Ghostbuster bike, right?
Yeah, and everybody saw it too. And the bike is just destroyed. And then
Oh my God.
I was okay. Like but I'm like, oh my God. First, it's kind of like Coop, your thing. It's like I'm in big trouble, even though I bought the bike out of my own lawn mowing money and stuff. Like the bike was just destroyed. And then I remember my friends helping pick up the pieces of the bike and carrying it to my house at least, and then like just dropping it off in my driveway. And I'm like, there's nothing I can do with this. But it was just boom. Yeah.
You know what would have made this funnier is if you actually had the siren from like Ecto 1. That would have been awesome.
That was another thing. I ordered a siren. So I had a siren on it with a whammy bar. You'd have to pull up on the bar to activate the siren. So it'd be like a
Doc,
like a wheel, and it'd be like
did this bike have a banana seat?
No. But I did have a bike
God,
with a banana.
that would have completed the picture of Echo 1 with a banana seat.
I was thinking that. I was like, was it actually a Schwinn like I had, you know? The big handlebars and the big banana seat and all that.
That would have. It was I remember like I was sad because I was like, I'm never going to rebuild this, right? There's no way it can, but it was this moment in time. I'm glad I did it and I lived on, and enough people saw it while I had it for a few weeks before I totally wiped it out. But yeah, and those lights were heavy because, again, you know, you think back to like Beverly Hills Cop in that movie where like they had those big red or those blue lights on top of the squad cars.
Yeah.
It was like that, but they were red. So I mean, these things were mounted on their own separate. I had water pipe that I made that would come off the frame and come up to support the lights on a big frame that I had in front of the bike. Actually, it was a hell of a piece of engineering. And then
you weren't doing any wheelies with that, were you?
I don't, that thing was so heavy, but I remember each one of those lights, that was a glass case. I mean, it wasn't plastic. Those were glass.
He did have it weighed down with like 6 generators and a car battery.
I had a battery, right? And the CB radio worked. I could talk to people. We had a cheese factory about 2 blocks from where I lived, and there was always semis coming in and out. I'd be like, hey, you know, it's Ghost Buddy here, or whatever. I'm, you know, whatever the hell I am, and I'm, you know, the cheese Batman or whatever. And then I could I could talk to these.
Where are we going now?
Oh God.
So it worked, and it was amazing that the CB radio on this bike, because like no one had ever seen that before.
That was a feat. That is something. You pulled that off.
That is seriously engineering.
I need to, next time I'm up at my parents, and you just go through the photo albums and find that and take a picture of it.
You got to find that picture and you got to post it.
It was in our backyard. I remember where the picture was taken. Yeah, it was in the backyard, but oh my God, that was great. It was one of the, and I cut myself. I still have the scar to this day. When I was putting the proton pack on, I cut myself and had it stitched up. It wouldn't heal on its own. I bandaged it, but then like for days, like it would never like heal up. So I had to go to the doctor. What happened? I'm like, I don't know. It's cutting some wire. Like, don't ask so goddamn many questions. Just fix it. But don't you know the cheese Batman? He's like, I don't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. These are gonna get better if you keep asking questions, Doc. Dude. So we also had this thing like when I was playing like 5th and 6th grade basketball, you know, like you'd have to get a physical, right? So the coach would give out a card, and you'd have to take it home and get a physical. And it didn't take long for me to figure out like, oh, I can write the doctor's name on here, right? So I'm like, Dr. Ware. And then like, you know, my friends, you know, be like, Adam, be like, I didn't get my physical card. I'm like, don't worry, hand it over. Like Dr. Ware. So like, you know, half the team played that year and they never had a physical. It was all cards that I had signed as a 11-year-old. So
Doc, you rule breaker, you. If everybody only knew.
He was a rebel. He was
Yeah,
probably
he
one of
was a
those that
rebel.
cut those. He was probably one of those that cut those little "do not remove" tags off mattresses.
It was.
too.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my.
As soon as he gets them home, he's like, ha,
Yeah.
ha, ha,
There
with
are
my
there,
safety razor.
there are stories, man. Well, so guys, get this. When I was in high school, we had a foreign exchange student from Spain. His name was Gorka Bueno. I had to be like a sophomore, right? And so he was so I don't know. I never got along with him really well. He's on our baseball team, stuff like Gorka Bueno, but he was talking about, oh, like in Spain, you can drink, at like, any age, right? You don't need in America, you gotta be like 18 to drink or whatever. So like, well, so my friend Jeff and I, we printed off on an old Counter 64, like old graphics program. We printed, we call it the Spanish beer drinking permit, and then we had it laminated at like the neighboring Kinko's or Staples or whatever the hell it was back then. And we gave it to him and we said, hey, we applied on your behalf to get you the Spanish beer drinking permits. So like you can go and buy beer and stuff like that. So that was something we got called down to the office for like a couple days later. And then the principal said, hey, like, do you guys recognize this thing at all? And he shows us, and he's like, Gorka Bueno tried to use this down at the corner mart to buy, like Busch Light. And he said, you guys told him this, you applied for this and it was all approved legal process. And I'm like, yeah. And I remember it was Mr. Hagna. He said, don't do that again. Like, we didn't get in trouble. I think he thought it was impressive, It was this old graphic, too, of like this 32-bit or 16-bit graphic, like a Wreck-It Ralph, someone holding a mug, and then it had like some signature on it of. But yeah, so he was legit. Like he thought we went through the process of getting him approved, and Spanish.
wow.
It was the Spanish beer drinking permit. This card that he tried to use. Oh my God. I mean, these stories, yeah, they were, oh God, when I was in shop class in high school, it was on one end of the building, and it was a huge evacuation fans, right, to move the air out, and like we would always do styrofoam molds and make stuff and stuff like that, and you could shove the styrofoam up into these vents and it would shoot it out the top of the building, but then it looked like it was snowing. The rest of the school could see it because like the building was 2 stories and this was only one on one side, so they would tell us like it was the craziest stuff. And then like teacher would call down, like the one math teacher, we never liked him anyway, called down, and then the shop teacher, Mr. Steer, would be like, you guys aren't sending that stuff up there. Like, no, someone got caught, we were moving some stuff, like that happens. He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. And then we'd see what else we could shove up there, right? Like, and eventually someone would jam the fan up like a piece of like a inner tube or something like that, and then the fan wouldn't move anymore. And we had a kid guy. Oh, I show you guys. Just a second.
Ron, did you ever think Safety Doc was this much of a wild man?
No,
I didn't
not at
think
all.
he was either. Me and Doc could hang.
I made this in that high school shop class. It's just a padlock inside of plastic, right? So you pour it in a container, and then you have to buff this down, right?
Yeah.
And so anyway, one of the weird things, right? So I've had this since I made it, but what else do you have from high school? But anyway, so a lot of us were making these things, and my friend Bill Jacob had this on the buffer, like his version of this, and it got sucked through the buffer, hit him in the head, knocked him out cold.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh.
We go over there and I'm like, holy smokes.
Wow.
It's like taking a hockey puck to the forehead.
And then Mr. Stever is like, what?
Oh my gosh.
Right through. And yeah, there was this like protective thing, but it busted off or whatever, and it just came through and hit him. Boom. He was out cold. And then he finally, he came to. And I think back then they had smelling salts and stuff like that. And then not a big thing. This big welt on his head. He's like, I'm okay.
Walk it off, kid.
You'd have to check him for concussion. And I'm like, holy. And then we'd be in shop class. And this was a good one too. We had, so in shop class, right? All the noise is going on. And then we would all, anytime there was an announcement, you could never hear it, right? Because you've got your
all the other noise. Yeah.
hearing, even back then, right? The stuff. So we'd be over kind of in a corner and be like, Leon Arns, where's the report to the office? Leon Arns to the office. What was that? Leon Arns to the office. And he'd be, God, man. And then he'd be like, Mr. Strummer or Strummer, Steve, I got to go to the office. So, okay. So you go down to the office, right? And then he'd be like, come back. Said, they didn't call me. It was somebody else. I'm like, I don't know. I guess sounded like your name. I thought it was you. So, and then, we do it again, like 15 minutes later. When Leon Arns report to the office, Leon Arns to the office. I'm like, dude, that was you. And then we all be in on it, right? And then you go down there. Like, no, they said it wasn't me. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. And yeah, that was perfect. And we could machine. Remember at high school, like, I don't know, we didn't have the light switches where you had to insert, it looked like a paper clip, right? And it had little teeth on it to turn them on and off.
Right.
So we machined, like 1,000 of those, like every class period, and handed those out to everybody. Yeah. I mean, the stuff that we did was unbelievable. I mean,
well, you didn't go to school with the dark hair. I swear.
Yeah. Our thing, we actually took home ec. I took home ec. And,
I wish I would have actually.
And the end of the year, we had like a bake-off type thing, and everybody had to bake a cake from scratch. So whoever had the best one won. Well, the group next to us, the girls, when they wasn't looking, we put forks, spoons, a spatula, all in their cake pan in the batter before it went into the oven. I'll never forget that. There were pencils and everything in there. And oh my gosh! And we all played along. Nobody fessed up, and we got away with it. Yeah.
Oh God, I love that.
Yeah, man.
Now that. So okay. So now I'll build off of that, right? So, my friend Jeff. So we two-story school, and so like the is built in the 60s, and the inside was an auditorium and a gym, and then basically the around it were the classrooms, and there were metal lockers. Everybody had a locker, and I was thinking, I said, what if you had your boombox? You had like a skinnier long boombox. I'm like, what if you had your boombox in your locker and it sounded like you were like in a fight with somebody, but it only played for like 10 seconds. And then like, get out of here. And, I'm going to, whatever. And all this stuff. And just as loud as it could be. But I'm like, here's the deal though. Like when you go to class, like you record that. So it's right at the end of the cassette, right? So then you get it. So it's about 10 minutes away and you start it to play. But no one will hear it, right? Because it's just like, and everyone's going to class. And then when we're all in class, we hear this right outside, and then the teachers open up the door and they're trying to find, and it worked just like that. So we had it, and it was like, I'm going, and so the teachers are up and down the hallway, and who is that? And we're trying to be like, I think that sounds like, whatever. And John Surprise, I'm pretty sure that was John Surprise. And they're like, well, and so it's not us because we're in the classroom, right? It worked perfect. No one ever thought to look in the locker. No one thought it was just something on a boombox. So I'm like, we would come up with these one-time things that would just be, and then not to ever do it again.
That's really smart because you got all those vents in the locker doors too. So
and it echoed, and it sounded really. It sounds really bad, and I feel bad about it now. But there was a stretch in there too where like my friend Jeff would always do the Pam spray for the pots and pans on the steps. Everything was steps going up in the two, so you'd see
these days you'd get charged with like attempted murder for that shit.
I would never do that today, and I didn't do it, but he would be, he'd be like, watch, everyone's going to be coming up to second hour, and then things would just be like everywhere.
Man, the stuff we did, and I know Ron probably did some stuff too. The stuff we did back then, which we didn't do it with any malice to it. There was never any malice.
Right.
But it was always it was about a joke. It was about a good time. But fuck, these days, if you do half that shit, you're going to get charged with assault.
Oh, yes.
Attempted murder. Well, you name it.
that's the difference too, Coop. I'm sure when we went to school, I remember all of us had pocket knives, and we'd pull wet rocks out of our pockets and sharpen our knives. The teacher would set their knife on the desk and ask us to. I'll never forget that. But that was long before the evil
Well,
society we live in now. It just
I was all over the place since I grew up in Army, Brad. I was all over the place. So I was sometimes in the South, sometimes in the North. Hell, we were in Germany a couple times. Now, I will tell you this. Don't ever take teenagers to Germany and turn them loose.
oh wow.
Because when you're 14 and you can go get a rack of beer and no one looks at you sideways, well, why the hell do I have to go to school for the rest of the day?
Right.
I mean, we had off-campus lunch, so we'd go to school, and we were on Patrick Henry Village in Heidelberg, and we had off-campus lunch. So we'd walk down the Chapette. There were shuttle buses that ran from base to base in Germany.
Wow.
And there were a few of us sometimes that would be like, hey, do you really feel like going back to school? No. Well, hey, let's go do this. Jump a shuttle bus, poof, we were gone. Don't ever when you here's something for youngsters. If your mom always signs your sick notes, don't ever forge your dad's signature. That throws the whole game off. And then they start asking questions why dad signed a note instead of mom.
Wow.
That led to which, we had it wasn't after school suspension. What did they call it? The whole school went on a Volts March. They got to go on like a 5K march through, can't remember what it was, someplace in Germany, beautiful place. And me and three buddies of mine got stuck working on the school, like digging or cleaning the dugouts and doing all sorts of stuff. We had the best time we had in a long time doing it. It was just. Don't send a bunch of lunatics to some place and turn them loose with that much freedom. It's not good.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Simpler times back then, wasn't it?
Oh God, yeah, dude, way simpler. Which I don't know whether they started it, Ron, when you were in school though, but it was when I was in junior high. They started all this zero tolerance bullshit. And that was horrible. Because you'd have some dude jump on you and you defend yourself and you both get suspended.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
what
what
you
mean.
Well,
yeah.
Dude, he jumped on me.
Yeah.
We, I don't remember we had anything like that. We had some really big dust ups, some fights. And also we had a kid, Bill Jacob, one of my classmates, who his gym locker was basically like a mini bar. And everybody knew it, right? Like, he'd be like, "Oh, where'd you get the Miller Lite? Oh, Bill, Bill's here today. Okay, what else does he have? I mean, his entire locker was, and no one ever, like, that never became a problem.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
as strange as much as that was known, like, he never got busted for it, right? Like, I'm sure, like, it had to be pretty well known that, Bill's.
Dude, we had this guy in Heidelberg. We had this guy. He was our DARE coordinator, Jenkins.
Not you.
It was funny because we had off-campus lunch. So from the school, I can't remember how far it was from the school to shop at. We could walk it. It's a pretty good distance. And he had quarters, which were basically like 4 stories of like apartments in between us and the school. And Jenkins would jump out from behind a corner and be like, "I got y'all." So we got to where we'd keep an empty cigarette pack on us, or like a cigarette pack with like 1 cigarette in it. So it'd be like, "Okay, yeah, dude, you got us." You hand him like a cigarette pack with like 1 cigarette in it. And he did his duty for the day, and then we could go smoke. It was just,
yeah.
It was my God, man. Come on, man. And he was this little short dude. We were in middle school. The dude wasn't no bigger than us.
Oh my God.
At least find someone a little bit bigger. I could have put that dude in my fucking carry-on when I went back from Germany.
That is I think I kind of came out the end of high school before things really changed.
Yeah, man, it's changed so much. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it's day and night.
Um,
It's nowhere near what it was.
I had a guy, and this is going to throw me out a little bit, but I had one of my guys that high schooler who worked for me, and he, if you drive a truck like I do, and you have like rope and stuff in the back of your truck, eventually a piece of rope is going to stick out from underneath the tailgate of your truck. Happens all the time. There was an administrator over there who didn't like him and said it looked like a noose hanging off the back of his truck.
See,
And I saw the picture of it.
my goodness.
It's a piece of rope hanging out of the back of a truck. Well, they searched his truck and they find out he's got he's got a fillet knife in there. He's got like a skinning knife. He's got like a regular work knife. Like, I mean, just this, let me find the right direction, and of course it's on school grounds. So they want to just do whatever to him. Now, this is a kid who has zero issues as far as behavior. He's an A student, and he's a big dude. This is a corn-fed Alabama kid.
Yeah.
And he told me that stuff, and I went, "When's your meeting?" He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I'm going to be there." And I got looked at like I had a third eyeball when I walked in that meeting. But the school administrator talked about that, and he said something about, what if someone jumped on him and he went to his truck? And I looked at Scott and I went, "Do you see the size of that boy?" I said, "He'd beat him down with no problems." I said, "If you go look at my truck right now, I'm parked in your parking lot. I got all kinds of knives in my truck." I said, "I got hammers. I got all kinds of shit." I said, "The boy hunts, the boy fishes, he does all the stuff outdoors." Of course he does.
Yeah.
And it's just they wanted to expel him, and we got that shit knocked down to where basically he did all his work for the rest of the year alone, and then he was graduating.
Yeah.
But it pissed me off because it's just this zero tolerance shit means you just have to be brainless, and if something happens, you just check a box.
Well, the zero tolerance came up in the classes I was teaching because zero tolerance was preventing some schools from having esports, and then also from having, we knew esports for sure, and we assumed it was preventing some schools from having trap shooting teams. So, yeah, and that's where, the esports on 100%. I knew that, but I was like, so what do you do then? And like, I knew what I would do, right? Like I would have the policy amended to allow for esports and for trap, but other people are like, yeah, I'm not sure. And I guess you got to figure out where you're going to land on these things. But I'm like, that's the problem. You're shutting down entire sports for kids, right? With a policy, and
you shut down everything. You don't have to. These people get away. They don't have to think. They don't have to rationalize things. It's just zero tolerance. Poof, it's done.
Yeah.
And that's when someone asked me, I think when I was going to go to that meeting, they said, "Why are you going to that meeting?" And I went, "Because you don't fuck with mine." I said, "He's one of mine. He's a good kid. You're not going to cook him without me saying some shit."
Yeah.
And these administrators, and Doc, you deal with them more than almost anybody. I'm sorry, some of them are robots. You put a program in their head, and that's what they spit out.
I think the boards of education in some places are, go these routes with policies, and it gets really hard to modify. And so an example is a few years ago, a board of education had a policy that they would have the peanut-free district, that they would not have any peanuts on district, and because of allergies. And it should have been really like a peanut aware, but they said peanut-free. So so basically, right, you have a high school basketball game and a kid comes in with a bag of peanuts in his pocket, they could be kicked out or something like that. I mean, it was,
Jeez.
and then
Wow.
the legal
It's
expectation
crazy.
when they tried to back down on it, the legal expectation from some families was, no, you said peanut free, so like you've got to keep that. And so I think that people get trapped into these really weird policies, and then they don't. They're hesitant to stand up and to say, well, that's not the. Here's another one. Let me give you here's one that we talked about in class. So this is an actual case.
I'm listening, but I'll be back on the cam in a sec.
All right. So there was a 5-year-old girl in California, and so this was a case that like 2 years ago went before the Sixth Circuit Court. A 5-year-old girl had Dravet syndrome, which is epilepsy syndrome, and the doctor said the school should administer CBD oil to her twice a day, and because it decreases her likelihood of seizures and then also the severity.
Yeah.
And the school said, nope, we're not going to do it because we have a no CBD oil policy, because CBD might have THC, and if it does have 0.3 THC, then it's a legal substance. But basically, the school said, no, we're not going to do it. And there's been the same scenarios played out in other schools across the country.
So, man, years ago, and not to interrupt you, but I'm throwing in with you. Years ago, and it was in late 90s, early 2000s. There was a radio talk show host that I listened to all the time named Neil Bortz, and there were some students who had the same issue, where CBD would help them with seizures and things like that. And the school board said, no, you can't do that because they are going to be, get this, in internal possession of marijuana.
Ah, interesting.
Huh.
Right. So the argument the district was making, well, that's an interesting one. The district was saying, we're not going to have any of our staff do this because, right, if it does have THC, then our staff would be administering a controlled substance, and so basically that was their position is, and so when it went up to the Sixth Circuit Court, the court said, this is crazy. District, you should do this. Like, this doesn't make sense, right? And it's kind of this risk and reward, right? If there happened to be some THC in the CBD oil, which was very unlikely, but because it's not coming from a pharmacy, what would be the consequence versus if this girl didn't have CBD oil and had a seizure that lasted 7 minutes versus 2 minutes, right? So they lost in court, and also they didn't want the kid in school. So they just said, stay home. We'll send someone to your house for like an hour a day. And so we have this case study, right? And it's actual case law. So I bring it out, and then I'm like, okay, what would you do though? Because I'm like, there are schools here in my state that have like no CBD oil policies. And I'm like, what if this is your school and this happens? What would you do? And so then they have to look up their policies, and then some of them are like, oh my God, like we're a no CBD oil policy district. I'm like, so what would you do? Because, and then of course, what do you should do? You should say, we've got to amend this. If it's, for medical and it's written doctor, then it's an exemption to, but they get a little nervous. I'm like, but you know what to do, right? You've got to do the right thing. You cannot, this 5-year-old girl can't be at home because you're, afraid. And of course, our State Department of Instruction issued a statement 2018. You're basically on your own. You can handle however you want to, but you might have some legal consequences. I'm like, well, that's useless. But those are the things we get into. I'm like, what's right. What's right for kids and the right thing to do. And like, so administering the CBD oil in this case for this kid is the right thing to do. And the court saw it was the right thing to do. But I really get feisty on that stuff because, people are like, well, again, we have a policy. I'm like, well, policies, I was an administrator for years. Policies can be changed. Don't tell me you have a policy. We have to get community input. I'm like, you have to get no input. You have a meeting. You have it on there to amend the policy, and you amend the policy, and life goes on. You're getting way too complicated in this. And, then it's a precedent. Then everybody's going to bring CBD oil for their kids. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. It's not. But but I mean, these are good discussions. These are I like where they go with this, but I'm kind of the first one that tells them it's okay to challenge a policy, right? That just because it's a policy doesn't mean it's in stone and it's the policy we can't. It's policy. I'm like, yeah, every policy can be amended, and so I feel a little bit like I have this. Once I share this with them, and also like I'm kind of empowering them. Like no one has ever told them this. They're always just told follow the rules, follow the policy. And I'm like, yeah, to a certain point. But if it's best interest of the student, you have professional discretion as a professional with a state license, then
that's one of my biggest issues with, and I've said it before on streams and stuff like that. We've gone through, and I won't get into it as much as I do on your stream, but we've gone through a period of time where people were told how to think or what to think and not how to think. They were told you have to follow these rules. These rules are all that matters. And they were never told that, hey, if this rule in a certain circumstance is hurting more than it helps, well, you can make exceptions for that. Not everything is, well, if Johnny has a lollipop in school and, well, he has to bring a lollipop for everybody. No, everybody else should have brought a lollipop. If this person has this condition and they need this medicine, well, what if everybody brings that medicine? Well, everybody doesn't have that condition.
Right. So, and that becomes one of the arguments people go down, right? And then you just have to kind of get them to pause and say, yeah, but really that's not the way it plays out, right? I mean, because it doesn't play out that way for allergy. And then they kind of went down that road when we were debating trap shooting in a school. Well, what if a student misuses a weapon and stuff? But that it's unlikely that would happen. Trap shootings existed for 15 years. There's never been a weapon related incident to that. So it's kind of like saying, what if someone is in home ec and then they turn the
slap someone in the face with a hot frying
with a hot pan, there's a hot boiling water and they hit someone with, so I mean,
if they don't have access, like in the trap shooting, you don't have access to ammo until such time. And same as home ec, you don't have access until hot stoves until such time. I mean,
it's crazy. It's teaching in a welding shop. Okay, I've got plenty of stuff in there. Your average chipping hammer, if you've never seen one, it's a spike on one end and a flat blade on the other. That could be a deadly weapon all by itself.
Right.
I promise you could brain someone with that and know. Your average shop teacher, your average teacher working in a shop where you have a framing hammer.
Yeah.
Framing hammers, trust me, would kill the shit out of you.
Oh, right.
But we oh God, it's a gun. Do you realize how much other dangerous stuff we deal with in a day?
Yeah.
That's why you manage your students. That's why you look at their attitudes during the day. And if little Johnny's having a bad day, well, maybe he just needs to chill out. Maybe you ask him about his day. Maybe you ask him, hey, what's going on with you today?
Yeah. No, the assessment side and the threat assessment side is big, and it's not where people want to go. They want to go into, fortifications and things like that. And
dance around the subject. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how about this? How about we get you guys, Doc, you're a little older. Wayne, you're right there with me, about a year younger. How about we get back to teaching kids coping skills in school? How about we get rid of this, you're a snowflake, no one else knows what you're going through, and we remind everybody that, you're this color, he's that color. You're all going through the same shit. Life's not fair. You are going to deal with adversity. Things are going to be hard. If you look at your heroes, if you look at your sports stars, things weren't easy for them. They worked their ass off. If you look at anybody you idolize, these millionaires and billionaires, Well, you
Right.
know what? They worked freaking 20-hour days, 21-hour days, 23-hour days. They dealt with a lot of setbacks, and they still worked through them.
Yeah.
And instead of teaching kids that, hey, life's Johnny brought a lollipop. Well, if Johnny brought a lollipop, everybody else should have a lollipop. No, everybody else should have brought their own damn lollipop. I'm sorry.
I see it. Yeah, I see. So, schools no longer teach debate. And when I interviewed Larry Lawton on my show, that was something he brought up because his observation, right, of being in federal prisons for, I think, 12 years was he said the younger the inmates, the less they could debate.
Yeah.
And he said that the inmates that were most successful in prison, as far as like staying safe, right, were where they could engage in debate with other prisoners to kind of know their position and not dismiss it, right? So he said that's what he tries to teach, and I think that's a big thing. Like, because when my brother was in high school, they had a debate team. When I was in high school, they didn't even have a debate class, and so that's a big thing. And oh, and the other thing is like we've gotten really a big distance away from teaching kids like just to read, right? I mean,
Right.
and it is so crazy because just finding every kid's reading level is kind of like the fourth thing we do now versus like all other curriculums and things like that. And I think like everybody, if we have a strong literacy approach and get kids interested in whatever or what is like the Three Wheeler magazine, but then what is it, the Hatchet series, the books and stuff like that. Like I remember when I was, guy, what I'm talking about? Like is it Gary Paulson, right? Who'd write about like outdoor survival.
Yeah, there was the one there back then. What was there was that there was I think back then there was like the Hardy Brothers.
Yeah,
there was all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, the Hardy Boys. Yeah.
But even if you couldn't get someone to understand they needed to read for like pleasure, get them to understand that you need to be able to read to do basic things in life. Hey, stop signs, yeah, they're big. They've got colors on them and everything else. But you know what? They are also things that you need to read to keep yourself from poisoning yourself.
Right.
You know.
So here's some of the Gary Paulson books. I remember we had kids in special education, students with disabilities, and they love this. Like we always bought sets of Gary Paulson's books, and kids could just take them home. But yeah, Hatchet, The River, Brian. I don't think today you could do any of this, right? Like people would be like, "There's no way," because he's talking about hunting and survival.
Oh no, they'd lose their minds.
The kids love, and I mean, I worked with kids 20 years ago, and I mean, these stories were amazing to them. But again, this is where I think we're really letting people or kids down. We've gotten rid of all of that.
Well, we've gotten away, like Ron said. He took home ec. Okay, I took home ec. Did I want to take home ec? No, I didn't. But home ec taught you some life skills,
right?
And that's what it was there for. Male, female. Hey, look, asshole. Learn how to cook something. Learn how to clean a pot and pan. Huh?
Ron just did it to meet the girls.
Hey, I ain't saying there weren't some girls in there, but it was a life skill. Hey, here's how to balance your bank account. Here's how to manage what's going out of your bank account and what's coming into your bank account. Because when you get older, guess what? You're going to have a bank account.
Right.
Just some general life skills.
Yeah, no, we've moved big time from that, and so that's one of the things. For example, esports. So on the 22 weeks from today, I've got Mike Dahl, head of Wisconsin Esports, coming on the show, and he said, there's this whole curriculum side of esports. So you have to, and you guys know, you've got YouTube channels. You have to know marketing, you have to know technology. IT. So he's like, all of these competencies that these kids learn, and then they're announcing like the games, doing post-game analysis, but then they have their own Twitch like channel subscribers. So I know, and then fundraising and how much money's coming in, and but so all of these skills, right? And I just think it's really cool. But again, we don't see a lot of support from that. We never see it at a state conference. That's where I
No.
kind of get growly because I'm like, I said, why isn't this the state? I mean, these conferences just ignore this stuff. They never put this out there of saying, well, here's like, esports teams in the state, and here's how it's growing. It's I don't know. I don't understand all of it.
We've gone from stuff like that, and there are hell. There's been a couple times where I've looked at stuff where parents have gone to school board meetings and read from books that are in their children's libraries, and you're talking about middle school. Those books are completely pornographic in their nature. We've gone from having kids do everyday this is skill building for life to, well, Johnny touched Johnny on the pee-pee. I'm putting that as politely as I possibly can on Doc's screen, but it's insane.
It is.
It's
different.
I to a point, I understand where things are going, and I don't trust. I don't like it, but I'd have to say all that on my own show, so I don't get Doc banned.
Save it for Coop after hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a Coop show right there.
I think it comes up in I'm just like where are the reading levels at? I mean, where you're
They're not there.
If you can tell me that you have a reading level for every kid, and people, they're like, we're not there. We don't have it. We haven't done it. And
when I was teaching at a college across the river from me in Georgia,
excuse me.
When I first started teaching there in my introductory classes, I would get people to write papers on the safety aspects we were going through in the first part of the class. I quit doing that, and I started having kids do I say kids, I had them at all levels, but I started having them do PowerPoints because I got so many papers. I'm horrible at grammar. I suck at grammar. But I got so many papers that were so horrible, I could not understand what they were saying about very basic concepts.
Sure.
And they had, high school diploma. I've had them in there that were functionally illiterate with a high school diploma.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a huge problem, right? And so I don't know. We've gotten really away from addressing the skills that everybody needs to function, right, and to have success. And it baffles me. I mean, it's almost like if you're coming out now and your number one thing in a school district is, we are going to find every kid's reading level, and we're going to have a change from that baseline. And we're going to measure it, every quarter or whatever, and plot it out. That's hard to be kind of your selling point, because there's so many other things now that schools have changed had their focus changed to. And I don't know. I find that as a struggle. I think some of the new administrators that I'm teaching are finding that as a struggle too. Of kind of thing.
Some of it's real simple. If you wanted to fix a lot of these schools, take the school curriculum from 40 years ago and implement. Okay, if you have special needs, you put people where they can get those special needs. You don't slow everybody else down to their level. And this is coming from someone that is a dyslexic that had special needs. I can't spell with a shit. I am a dyslexic. I switch numbers around. I switch letters around. When I was in first or second grade, if you had me write the word first 100 times, 99 times I would write frist. I would switch the middle letters around.
Right.
Well, you can spell the safety doc pretty good.
Well, I did that. I had to check it a couple of times against his logo, actually. But
I'm horrible too. I have to use spell check. I'm sorry. I do.
dude,
Yeah.
dude, I type stuff into spell check, and spell check literally asked me, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Doc.
You did good on mine too.
It was when I narrated School of Airs, there were some words that I didn't know how to pronounce because they were from like people's last names and stuff. So I'm like trying to track stuff down. So like some of it is just kind of guesswork when I got in there. I'm like, hopefully it is what it is. But yeah, I think there's this thing too of like, there's certain strengths I have and certain weaknesses. And, when I write, one of the things that I don't do well as a writer is I don't transition well between like book chapters and things like that. So usually my content editor will kind of look at that and suggest some things. They'll say like, you got to come back because you just kind of end it and then somebody has to start. I'm like, okay, so help me out with that. And then I had like a citations editor. Like I can cite everything, but I'm like, I don't know how to do Chicago style, and I'm not going to spend all the time trying to learn it. So like I need someone to be assigned as an editor to make sure all the 471 sites are in Chicago style. But those are things too. Like you have to learn like what you're good at and what you're not. And then some of the things you're not good at, then you're just not good at it, and don't worry about it. I mean, I'm not.
And don't bash yourself because you're not.
Right. I mean, I could look at this and be like, well,
yeah.
I mean, I would have never got the book done if I would have had to have learned Chicago style notes, which was the note style that the publisher required for the second book, because I'm like, just like someone has to do that. Like I have all the citations, but then I have no idea how the hell to number these things. And so someone who actually and it wasn't worth it. And it was not easy for me to learn that system, but I'm like good at other things.
No, which Chicago style is a pain in the ass. The APA format is that drives me insane. But it's like you say, you're not good at stuff. And I've got to get some videos together that I've got to post about like some of my SDI work. I'm not a woodworker. I weld metal. Yes. I can cut something out. I can weld something back in. I can polish it, make it look good. Wood doesn't work that way. So one of the things we've been doing for the last few weeks is building this muzzle loader project. And woodworking kicks my ass. It really does. But I'm learning. Do I ever want to build another muzzle loader? No. I'd rather go in the ring with Mike Tyson and just have him beat my brains out. But
wow.
I'm not a woodworker. But I'm like say I'm learning. I'm at least working on it. And mistakes that I've made, I'm learning from, and I'm trying to do what I can with it.
Yeah.
You're welcome, dog.
Cool.
Yeah.
He said thanks. I'm still on here. I'm just chatting too.
No, I see you in the chat too.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to bail out. My phone's going into sleep mode. I got to get it on a charger.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I got to get up at work. At 8.
Yeah.
And so Thursday 7:00. It's that need to be earlier for the legal man, and again, get ready for that one. If you followed him at all on Twitter and his show The Quash, I mean, this is a 30-year attorney who's like, there's government overreach, and I mean the guy is sharp and knows his stuff, and it'll be lit. And after election, right? Like he's already been. Oh my God, we're in for a great one on Thursday.
Doc, do you have his stuff, or we can post that in chat real quick?
Yes. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, because I'd like to look at him before then, because I can't wait for the show, so I'm like,
that's what I was thinking.
Give me some goodies before then.
Oh yeah. Jesus. Another thing I'm not.
That was the guy who carried the cross, Doc.
Here he is. All right, hang on. No, hang on. I got it, but hang on.
Guys, I'm gonna drop out. I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, Ron, dude.
See you, Coop. Happy birthday, Doc. Hope you had a good one.
Happy birthday, Doc.
I did. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks, Ron and Misty.
Ron, I still got to email you guys or give you guys a call in a little bit. So
yeah, do that, brother. Do it.
Yeah, brother.
You still got his number, right?
I do. Yes, ma'am. It's in my emails.
All right, no excuses.
Just text him before you do, Coop. He won't answer it.
Yeah, shoot
Oh,
me a text.
I'm the same way. If someone's gonna do it, they better like message me and let me know who it is.
Yeah, y'all take care. I'm out.
All right, brother man.
All right. We just we got rid of not we got rid of, but John
Oh yeah,
Ron
we got
Wayne.
rid of.
Ron
We
Wayne
can
just
talk about him now.
so I posted up in the chat the quash. So there you can go and the legal man and yeah, I mean, holy smokes. I love his stuff. Like he is like I'm kind of the safety, not to the aspect he is, but kind of like punching against like the bureaucracy of safety. He's punching against the bureaucracy of the legal system. So the guy's phenomenal. I've loved his work for a long time. I was really excited when he agreed to be on the show. He's kind of one of these guys, right, where I'm like, he's like, okay, we agreed on a time. And he's like, so I went through his stuff and then I gave him the link. He's like, I'll be there. And there's like, that's all there is to it. Like I wrote everything else, put it together. Cause like, he's got all these things like going on and I didn't want to anger him. So I'm like, okay, dude, I got it. So
no, dude, I mean, that ought to be, which I can't wait for the show. I can imagine what you're feeling because getting him on, but that ought to be, I mean, no doubt it's going to be an amazing show.
And so we're going to start off and we're going to start off with a citizen's arrest because it's still in the books in a lot of places. And like, you know, what would actually, when might you do this and how would you try to defend it? And he said like, don't ever try to, don't try to do that. Right. But
no,
I'm like,
that was one of the major issues. The Ahmaud Arbery stuff.
Right.
That was one of the main issues there was the whole citizen's arrest argument.
And where I live, it's still on the books, like that you can do this. So, so we're going to go from there, and then he's going to go into jury trial, and he's going to talk about, you know, if any of this happens, anything happens to you where you're involved, and here's how to start thinking about things and how to frame to you know put things together, and then the government overreach that he's observing.
Yeah,
I mean, just like his whole channel, he's really, you know, got it dialed in. But so I want to spend a little bit of time on citizen's arrest. I mean, there's not a whole lot there, but the thing is, it's still on the books, right? You could still do this.
I think there's more meat there than what you think there is, Doc. I really do. I think there's more meat there than what you think.
Yeah, and I think so. We're going to get to this point of like, how would you actually try to frame a legal defense around this? Right. And one is, and there's like in a police department near us has on their website, and I copied that off for the blog post, but it's like, you know, you shouldn't do this, but right. If someone is trying to kidnap somebody and you interrupt the kidnapping, right. And then you can restrain somebody, but you can't use excessive force, just enough force to keep them from police. So like, how do you teach people this stuff? And then how, when the police would come up, how would you say, I've just done a citizen's arrest, and apparently you have to tell somebody it's a citizen's arrest. And
yeah, that was one of the biggest things that one of the things that came up in the Ahmaud Arbery trial was in Georgia to do a citizen's arrest, you had to see a felony committed, and in person, you had to see the felony committed, and then you had to try to basically corral that person or detain that person. You couldn't just hear, hey, that dude did this, and then go find them and then try to detain them.
That was one point which I was finding is if you didn't observe it firsthand, right, to don't do anything with it.
It had to be firsthand, absolutely firsthand. You literally had to see it go on, and then you had a legal right to try to detain that person.
Yeah.
If you didn't see it go on, if it was secondhand knowledge, no, dog, you are way outside the lines trying to detain somebody.
So I'm going to put the scenario out for him and say, you know, let's say that, you know, your kid is walking up to the house on the road from school, and, you know, somebody in a car gets out and tries to kidnap them. Right. And they, in the process of the struggle, and, you know, they get away, and then this person is there, and then in that scenario you apprehend this person, right? So and then try to say like, how could you, because if you're saying you just let them get away, I don't know. I mean, I have to have some scenario like maybe there's other kids around there and maybe they're just going to get the next kid, right? Or I don't know, but in the moment you'd have to. That's a scenario I'm going to use.
It might be a situation, Doc, to better ask the question where say your kid was getting off the bus, someone tried to kidnap your kids, you stopped them, they got away, you lost track of them, and then you detained someone you thought looked like them.
Oh wow, that probably would be bad.
Because then it comes down to, well, wait a second, is this the right person? Plenty of people drive this type of car. Plenty of people wear blue jeans. Plenty of people wear blue shirts. You know, there are lots of 5'7" fat white guys out there. You know, you're running into a whole list of things that, I mean, a whole lot of variables there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, and yeah, people can ask him questions, and I think it's one of these. It's kind of like quicksand, right? Like growing up as a kid, you'd hear about quicksand and stay away from quicksand.
Yeah.
And I never encountered quicksand, but
I never did either.
You kind of hear about citizens arrest, and again, it's again in my state still on the books. What might be a scenario when you actually pull that out? And that's where I'm going to try to in where you would have somewhat of a leg to stand on, right?
Yeah.
In defense.
I'd have to check Alabama's code and see whether they still have a citizen's arrest. I don't know whether, I know Georgia does. I don't know whether Alabama does. But
I don't know.
I don't know.
In Wisconsin, it's pretty open. And I found that on multiple police department websites and attorney websites. So, so yeah, actually, Alabama does have an arrest for felony made by a private person on any day at any time. So you have to have arrested for the cause, but it looks like it is there. Can you do a citizen's arrest in Alabama? It says yes, where a felony has committed, even if they didn't witness it. Whoa, but they have reasonable cause.
That's different. Well, yeah, that's the reasonable cause. But then you get into what is reasonable.
Right. Well, I mean,
that's where you're sitting in front of 12 people trying to explain what's reasonable or not. And you have 12 people that may not find your reasoning correct.
I'm nowhere in that show. I think, are we going to recommend somebody does this? I think
everybody arrest somebody.
I think
drive
it is
100 miles down around the mountain.
Curious because if everyone is completely like unwilling to do this and they're telling them, then why don't they take it off the books? Or like, again, what would be like the scenario where it absolutely somebody stabs somebody and you detain them and they're about to run into a crowd? And one is you could say it's the law of necessity. If they're running in there with a knife and they've just stabbed somebody in front of me, they could be stabbing other people.
Well, you got to look at it too, that, a lot of these laws, when they were written, we didn't have the number of law enforcement that we have now.
Right.
So it wasn't, the cop on every corner. You had the sheriff and the sheriff's deputy and maybe another deputy to manage a town or territory. So you had to have people at that time who were willing to step up and protect others.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about that, of the context of why that came to be. That's really a good point. I'll make sure that
it's the same point we get into when we look at a lot of what are actually unconstitutional laws. We didn't have a constitutional lawyer standing on every street corner at certain times in our history willing to take up lawsuits to tell the government you're wrong.
Right.
We just didn't. And a lot of people, when you got a farm and you've got 5 kids or 8 kids and you're just worried about getting a crop in on time, you weren't worried about whether the government was doing something stupid. unless it affected your particular area. News travels fast these days. It didn't 20 years ago.
Right.
And that's not a large jump. Hell, not even 20 years ago. Well, hold on. When was it? I got my first cell phone in like 2003.
Okay.
Yeah, about 2003. Before then, if I went to the river to go hang out all weekend and go fish and go do whatever I wanted to do, I didn't have a cell phone on me. No one could get in touch with me.
Right.
And that's recent history. Now we have these supercomputers like this one where I can look up anything. Anybody can get in touch with me at just about any time unless I don't have a signal. So news can happen on the other side of the globe, and within 3 minutes, I get an alert on my phone that says this happened.
Yeah, that was a big part of the velocity of information, of just things travel before they can be fact checked or verified, and that was the importance of having a network of 5-6 people to say, hey, is diesel actually out by you? And someone can say, well, not where I live, and I live here, or so you can ask 6 people. But no, it's a good point.
That's a cool thing about being in the spheres that we're running in on YouTube right now.
It is,
because we've got so many people plugged into so many different areas. I'm a complete firearms, what the government will call an extremist.
Okay.
Right. You're the safety doc. You're a very logical, guy, and you deal in, well, not a completely different sphere than I do, because I deal with education in part of my life. And then we've got the prepper end of it. We've got people who are, garden, and this is what you need to do for this, natural disaster. But news travels so fast with us, where you have a show, everybody either knows about it that night or within a day or so, it's traveling.
Right.
Doc said this, Doc said that. Well, hey, that's a good damn point. So you feel a little bit weird. What's wrong, baby? My daughter's been sick.
Oh no!
This is Safety Doc. Say hi to Safety Doc.
Feel better. We'll give you one of these.
Yeah, wave hi to Safety Doc. Wave hi. Oh, you're gonna be that way. So what's going on, baby?
Oh my God, I won't do that. Look at this. Oh my goodness, it's Halloween.
You got to at least say hi to him. He had a jack-o'-lantern over his face.
It's Christmas. So
your neck feels like it's got a hurricane in it, huh? I think it's just time for you to go all the way to sleep.
So looks like it's probably not a bad note to end the show on. It's past my birthday, so I am officially past my birthday. But yeah, it was a good birthday, so it's a good show, and thank you to everybody. And I am very much looking forward to Thursday night with the Legal Man.
Yeah, so that's going to be a good show. Well, happy birthday, Doc. And I'm glad you had a good day. I'm glad it was a good weather day.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, it felt warm. It was sunny, and I'm like, that's a big gift in and of itself. Not snowy and not cold, and I was just, it's a nice day to just kind of hang around and do a little bit outside and stuff, and so all good. All right. Well, hopefully your daughter with our airplane, will she be all right with our 2 guys and the one guy losing his hat? That's pretty G-rated.
She'll get a kick out of that.
Okay.
Someone farting and the hat flying off, and
it's G-rated. Okay. All right. So, Coop, thanks again for the awesome sign.
yeah, you'll get it hopefully by the end of the week.
yeah. No, I'm looking forward to.
I gotta keep sending you videos of it, so you let me come on your show and act like an idiot.
I like those. I like the videos. That is really cool. It's interesting for. So my parents, my dad was a principal for 37 years, Kate, and then so my mom is 84, my dad's 80, and they're like, and I said, a friend of mine is making this for the studio, and they're like, they're just amazed by that, and I'm like, yeah, I said there's a lot of really cool people out there, and I said, look at this, and yeah, that's been cool. Or say, hey, someone was driving through our area and they wanted me to sign their book, so they had my book, right? But they had a copy of it and they're from another state and they're like, hey, like, we're coming through. And I said, there's just a lot of really cool people out there. So
there are, man, no matter what goes on, there's still a lot of really cool people out there.
Yeah. I've got my Yeti mic and then my old 920 camera, which I want to send off to somebody who's starting a podcast. I think I know who that might be, but if not, I'm going to try to just figure out if someone is starting a show, right? And they have no equipment and, really, because I'm like, well, I've got everything boxed up, right? Like I can just, I can send it to you. I mean, if you're just starting a show, it's not a bad way to start out for your first year or two for free, right? To have a Yeti and a 920 Logitech, because I'll never use them again. So yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out a little bit. I might have to be a little more, I don't know, trying to put that out there that stuff is available. So, all right. Very cool. All right. Well,
happy birthday, brother. Wave bye to him. Wave bye to the safety dog.
Thanks. Bye. Thanks. All right. It's birthday time. Cool. All right.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Pew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no, my cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach. Engine 5, dispatch. Pockets of fire all around.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter, but that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. and as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that. Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.
Holy shit, a ghost. Do you mind moving out of the way? You're blocking the TV.
Oh shit, sorry man.
It's okay. Thank you.